Order, please. Clerks will now proceed with the recorded vote, and I will ask all members to remain in their seats and to remain silent until the recorded vote is completed. Clerks will now proceed with the recorded vote.
Mr. Churchill. Ms. Bernard.
No.
Ms. Regan. Mr. McNeil. Ms. Whalen.
No.
Mr. Glavine.
No.
Mr. Delory. Ms. Casey.
No.
Mr. McClellan.
No.
Mr. Caldwell. Mr. Horn.
No.
Mr. Stroink. Ms. Miller.
No.
Mr. Hines.
No.
Ms. Metledge-Diab.
No.
Mr. Ince.
No.
Mr. Koutsoulis.
No.
Mr. Fury.
No.
Mr. Farrell.
No.
Ms. Arab.
No.
Mr. McGuire.
No.
Mr. Porter.
No.
Mr. Jessam.
No.
Ms. Lonis Croft. Absent. Ms. Eiking.
No.
Mr. Irving.
No.
Mr. Goff.
No.
Ms. Treen.
No.
Mr. Wilton. Mr. Rankin. Mr. McLeod.
Yes.
Mr. Dunn.
Yes.
Mr. Bailey.
Yes.
Monsieur d'Entremont.
Oui.
Mr. Dave Wilson.
Yes.
Mr. Beliveau.
Yes.
Ms. Ann.
Yes.
Ms. Peterson-Rayfuse.
Yes.
Ms. Roberts.
Yes.
Ms. Mancini. Mr. Orrell.
Yes.
Ms. McFarland. Mr. Houston.
Yes.
Mr. McMaster. Mr. Gordon Wilson.
No.
Mr. Momberket.
No.
Mr. Younger. Mr. Harrison.
Yes.
Mr. Lohr.
Yes.
Those in favor of the motion 13, those opposed 23.
Motion is defeated. We'll now proceed with the second reading, once again, of Bill number 75. The Honourable Member for Argyle-Barrington.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's my pleasure to get up and speak to Bill number 75 to express my disappointment in government of having to come up with a legislated solution to the teachers' contract. As full disclosure issues may go, I still need to remind people of exactly what my family is constituted of. My wife, Anne, my wife of 22 years, is a school teacher, a proud school teacher, a hardworking school teacher, one that happens to be working today as all teachers are working today, as they were yesterday, and as they were the days before. I'm a dad to Audrey, who happens to be in grade 12, graduating this year, moving on in part of his life, hopefully going off to University of Moncton to take the sciences. So you can imagine the challenge that we're having in our house with Dad the politician, Mom the teacher, and Audrey, son, the grade 12 student. Can you imagine the discussions that we do have around the dinner table when we have the opportunity to sit together? There's a challenge. On one side of the equation, I have my wife, who spends a lot of time away from her family like I do, who is constantly preparing programs for her students, who is constantly getting her classroom set up. As many of you may know or may not know, my wife is a resource teacher. She runs the Learning Center in Echo-Panalba, and therefore has a number of students with special difficulties. So therefore, her job is making sure that those schedules are adhered to, that the kids, the students learn at their rates, are able to integrate into the broader school community, to be able to be contributors to our communities. It's a difficult process. It's a difficult job. And like I said, she spends a lot of time preparing. She spends a lot of time inputting. She spends a lot of time not at home. So I can tell you, as much as I didn't like the work to rule idea, you know what? I've had my wife at home, sitting around the coffee the table, having a coffee, talking about our days, where normally she's up and gone before I even get up, so that she can get her work done. The kids love it too, because they just hop in the car and get to school with her, because of course the doors are unlocked the same time she arrives because of the work to rule issue. So they're seeing more of their mom. But what it underlines, Mr. Speaker, is how much of themselves teachers give to their job, to their students, to make sure that they succeed. I can't leave out my second son, Alec, who happens to be in grade 9, who I've talked about before on the floor of this legislature, who does have a learning disability, who has trouble with reading. And I can tell you it's been a bit of a challenge to try to get him that extra help as he needed it. Luckily, we have my wife who's a teacher, so she's able to help him along. But the teachers have been very accommodating. I can tell you, have been very accommodating and working hard to the letter of the work to rule, but also realizing the needs of the children. And that's sort of, I think, an unknown part of the story that I think the government's been trying to portray, that work to rule means that teachers are not teaching. And Mr. Speaker, there is nothing further from the truth. They're still working far harder than any one of us would expect. You know, when we make these decisions in the House of Assembly, we've all had an opportunity to be a government. We've all had an opportunity to look at the finances of the province. We all understand the needs and the wants of our communities, but also the challenges that we have in matching up with the dollars and cents that the budget, the Minister of Finance requires. What we understand too is that all of those decisions impact something else. They all have a bit of a domino effect, or at least a cause and effect, that we need to try to maintain some kind of a regional balance in how we do these things. How does the province make money? The province makes money by having a strong economy. What is the basis of a strong economy? An educated workforce. These students that are going through our school system today will be educated, and they will be contributors to our economy. wouldn't we want to make sure that they have the tools that they need to participate fully in that economy? So that they can create jobs themselves, that they can participate in those jobs, that they can even draw jobs, because that group of individuals will draw businesses depending on their expertises, depending on what the universities are teaching. It draws the economy to here in Halifax, to different parts of this province. It's a job generator. So if you want to look at beyond the teachers, beyond the students, without that base, you and I, Mr. Speaker, and everyone else in this legislature probably would not have a job, because the economy wouldn't be here to support even the basics of a government. We've talked about many things during my time here. I remember talking about learning for life. I remember talking about, I forget what the NDP brought forward, but they had their plan. This government, of course, talked about the Freeman plan. We've all talked about how important education is to us. And yet today we find ourselves in a place where we're sort of dollaring and cents things, that we're not looking at the value of our good education system versus what the education system is costing us. And there's tremendous balance in those two things. I want to sort of say, you know, we've lived other labor disputes in this province, regardless of which side of the house we were on. But we remember the repercussions of those things. When I ran in 2003, it wasn't so long after a nurse's contract, Bill 68, if we remember. And I know the members that ran at the same time that I did, I can imagine they were probably a little better knocking on those doors than I would. But I remember knocking on nurses' doors after that had happened. And I can tell you, those door visits, those doors did not go well. They did not go well, Mr. Speaker. Matter of fact, towards the end, or toward the middle of the campaign, we decided there was really no point in knocking on nurses' doors, so we tried to identify those houses and try to skip them as we went along, because we weren't getting those votes. There was no way. And I think what is challenging the governing party here is that they realize that they've alienated that group of teachers, that they've now alienated that as they go out into this election, whenever it may be, that they're going to be going to doors that are going to be pretty cold. And even worse, I look at the workers for some of the campaigns. A lot of them were school teachers. They were the base of the nucleus of many of the Liberal campaigns and many of our own campaigns too, but I would say mostly Liberal. There's a true political cost to what this government has brought forward in legislating teachers back to work. So let's go to the feeling. So that's the politics of it, you know. I think people are uncomfortable with it, but they're hoping that time will heal all, and by the time the writ's dropped, that maybe people might have forgotten about it. But I can tell you they're not going to forget about it. And I think it was a quote, and it's not my quote, but I do love it. I think it was Maya Angelou that said it. You know, people will remember you, maybe. They'll remember what you look like. They might remember what you said. But they will always remember how you made them feel. They'll always remember how you made them feel. And I can tell you that this government has made teachers feel, there's a huge list for this one, I'll use 3, frustrated, angry, scared, and the rest of the words I probably couldn't use because they're not parliamentary on the floor of this House. Those are all very strong feelings that will be not forgotten for a very long time. So why do they feel this? Why do they feel this? You know what? it actually goes back further than Bill 75. It goes back further than maybe this government. It may go further back than the NDP and into our government time. This has been building over a number of years. So I'm going to join along in that issue. That over time, the department, the school boards have imposed things upon the teaching day, upon teachers, expectations that they're supposed to meet, changing curriculum, taking away disciplinary actions and disciplinary policies that have made the lives of teachers extremely difficult. You know, in the day, I graduated from high school 29 years ago now. Hard to believe I can say 29 years ago. But, you know, in the day, I knew that if the discipline was pretty simple, really. I mean, I am sort of past the point where there was a strap or that kind of discipline. But you know what? I do remember the strap in the principal's office. It sat there on the desk. We all had stories that someone along the way somewhere might have got it. I know no one ever did. But the discipline of it, well, maybe the member for Sydney River, Myra, or Lewisburg actually knows what one looks like. Maybe one feel like. But you know, there was a respect for the teacher that was there in front of you. There was a respect for the principal. There was also a respect for your parents. And I knew that if I did something wrong and the note went back to my mom, love her to death, I was in for it. And there was that's a part of that whole disciplinary thing. But I think what's changed here along the way is that we've taken those powers away. Kids know what their rights are, and I know full well there's things that, you know, we shouldn't be doing. We shouldn't be hitting kids and grabbing kids and doing all that stuff. But there are things that we can do that can maintain discipline and respect in the schools, and the teachers just need a little more, some more tools in order to make that happen. But the point I'm making here sort of tries to revolve around the issue of what the teaching profession has become, okay? So teachers 30 years ago were teachers, okay? They were monsieur, they were madame, Mr., Mrs. But over time, we're getting to know them by their first names. They're getting friendly. They're getting to be more family members almost, which kind of is okay, but from a disciplinary standpoint, I don't think that works very well. And even to the point now where, you know, the crux of the problem is, and I heard it from an interview, I think it was either on CTV or Global, I can't remember which one I saw it on, but when they were interviewing about the teachers' contracts, one guy said, well, you know, this needs to be resolved quickly because it's teachers that are, you know, they're bringing up our kids. They're bringing up our kids. When did that hit the job description of a teacher? They can teach them math and physics, and they need to make sure that there's a well-being, but really it's my job as a parent to bring up my kids. It's a job as you a parent or me a parent that teaches our kids the basics of discipline too, of pleases and thank yous. And it's not necessarily the teacher's job, but somehow that got stacked in on top of all those extras that have come along over the years. And we need to find a way to sort of get that back out there. And it's all our responsibilities, Mr. Speaker. not the teacher's responsibility. They're part of that responsibility, but not the full responsibility. So there is a challenge within our communities, and I fully understand it, that kids are going to school, they're going to school without their breakfasts, they're going to school with questionable hygiene issues, they're going to school tired, they're going to school, all of these things that maybe were not there when we were kids, or maybe they were dealt with in different fashion, but all of these things are presenting themselves in the classroom, which creates this disciplinary problem within the classroom. Now, if a kid's hungry, if a kid can't concentrate, well, of course they're not going to get the best out of that class. But we, as a society, needs to figure out how to balance those things. The other thing that teachers are finding themselves lost with, they've got all those issues, but to meet the learning outcomes that continue to be dropped on them, and to take those learning outcomes and input them into what's the name of the computer program we have here? I want Power School. I want to say TyNet, but it's Power School. There's TyNet too, and I forget what that one does too. But consider this. So you're a teacher within a class. I don't know. You teach math. Let's say you teach math. And you've got 10 classes of 26 or 25 kids. So each one of those kids, as they go through the system, and as they go through that curriculum, have outcomes. And all of those outcomes for each one of those kids needs to be inputted into the system, along with attendance and I forget all the things. So each kid, as they go along, over all of those outcomes, requires the teacher to continue to input data. So beyond the regular teaching and dealing with the life of those kids, they've now become data entry clerks, because they just continually spend time putting all that information in. And I think the challenge that I've heard from teachers is, what the heck's that used for? What are we truly using all of that data for? And quite honestly, do we have too many outcomes, or is the outcome different than what it should have been 10 years ago? Like that's the kind of stuff that frustrates the system, because there's continually something changing. So just when you figured out how to do something, all of a sudden something changes again. That's a tremendous frustration. So in a way, there should be a hold on many of these initiatives, and maybe that's what the challenge was that the minister should have addressed in this one, and said, listen, we're gonna stop. We're gonna stop, and we're not going to require teachers to do all this data input. And even to the base, maybe there was a way to have another administrative assistant in the school that can help them with that work, but I don't know if there was an appreciation for that within the contract. So we get to the issue of the whole bit. So you take everything that frustrates the classroom, you take everything that frustrates the teachers, you've got everything that stops my kid and your kid and everybody else's kid from learning the way that they should be learning. And they say, well, this has got to stop. This is pent up. This has been going on for a long time. So that's why I think the teachers union and the teachers looked at this contract as a way to try to get those incremental changes written down. Finally getting someone to acknowledge them and put things in place to allow them to do that work. And there's where because a lot of those things, you and I know, are not necessarily things that should be in a contract or can be in a contract. But there should be appreciations for that thing. They didn't show up. They didn't end up in the discussions, in the negotiations, and did not end up in the final contracts, as was agreed upon by the parties that were at the table. You know, the other night, what was it, this night, last night, whenever we had the last question period, you know, when I hear the Premier say, well, we had 3 negotiated contracts over 2 different executives, well, you didn't, because the membership rejected them. You know, you don't have a contract until it's actually signed off by the membership. The membership therefore rejected them, so the Premier cannot say that he had 3 negotiated contracts, because he did not. They are not final until you receive the approval of the membership. Quite honestly, last night, many teachers were watching question period. Many people were watching it online. And I know many of us know that there's a number of Facebook sites that are on there. And there was lots of people poking fun at how the Premier was answering those questions. Matter of fact, I think someone made up a bit of a drinking game that every time he said a negotiated contract that you could take a shot. He was loaded in 5 minutes. Let's say we would have been loaded in 5 seconds over that one, because he stuck to those lines perfectly. He did it on Steve Murphy. He did it here on 2 sets of question periods. It does not go well to teachers when they hear that kind of brush off. Here's my line. I'm sticking to my line. They know it's a line. They know it's a line. Doesn't mean a thing to them. You know, we're all getting comments and notes through Facebook, through our emails, and I want to thank teachers and parents and students for providing us with all of those stories, with all of those questions. And one that I had this morning, and I can print it out when I get a chance, but it was from a Shannon McKenna-Saunier from Yarmouth. She has a child in the Yarmouth High School, and she has one in the municipality of Argyll, in my district, in Plymouth. And, you know, she had many questions about the contract or the Bill 75 and how it was setting up even the committee. You know, there was some questions on how different regions have different requirements about the committee. So how can you just say there's 3 from high school, 3 people from high school, 3 people from elementary school, and there was a number of people from the department that would constitute this working committee. She wanted to know whether the government appointees would have an educational background. She was concerned about the no-fail policy. And I know we keep talking about it here, and I know the minister said there's no such policy. But how can 9,300 teachers be wrong? If teachers are telling me, and parents are telling me, that there is a no-fail policy, and the minister said there isn't, well, I would suggest that the department is delinquent in its job of explaining what the responsibilities of the school boards are in the first place. How come there's such a gap that there is apparently a no-fail policy that doesn't exist? Also, Shannon McKenna-Saunier was concerned about teacher training for kids with special needs, bullying, and how many of these things were going to be caught up within the contract. And what I really said, what I'm going to say to her is it really doesn't take any of that into consideration. This is simply trying to put this beyond, try to put this a contract on teachers to say you're going to do something in the future and try to get it beyond and try to get it gone so that when the election happens that hopefully some people would have forgotten about it. You know, trust is something that we pass along, whether we trust a government. And you know, trust is important. You know, the population, our citizens, need to be able to trust that we as legislators, that you as government, are able to make good decisions. And I can tell you that because of that relationship that has now been created between teachers and the department and the government, that there is no longer any trust. So if there's no trust, how are these two sides going to be able to work together to actually make the improvements that everybody has talked about and wants to do? Trust is not something, I mean, trust is definitely earned. You got to do what you say you're going to do. You can't bring something up and say you're going to do it and then do something completely opposite, which is kind of what has happened here. You know, if I look at what the platform of the Liberal Party in the last election was, I mean, there was a lot of great things about education in it. That I would hope that they would take those things seriously. So this government was elected on an education platform, really. There was a number of other things in it, most of the things that they didn't actually do either. But it was about education. You know, there was that sense that the previous government cut a number of $1 million out of the education system. I'm not going to get in whether $64 million is the number or $22 million is the number or whatever it is. Yes, there was a cut in education. And yes, maybe the government is putting money back into education. But where? Where are those things going? If a teacher tells me here today that things aren't getting better in my classroom, that I still have too many kids in my class, that the soft cap is still too soft and it keeps moving, and I can't do my work, yet the government is saying I'm investing millions of dollars in the classroom, there's a disconnect and there's a non-trust there. I mean, how do you circle that square? And I think that's the challenge. That's the challenge that I think we are into this debate. So I can go back to, you know, family feelings and you know what I think the sense is from my wife and me. Anne works again really hard and wants to do the best for her children, the kids that are in her class, and you know, she works very hard at it. And I can tell you, work to rule was not her favorite thing. It was not her favorite thing. Because all of a sudden she had to try to decide what things couldn't get done. As I said, she's a resource teacher in a learning center. You know what didn't get done? Because it's an extracurricular. Every Wednesday, the students from her class go bowling. So they have an outing. And of course they look forward to part of that schedule. So Wednesdays after school or just towards the end of the school day, they headed off to Yarmouth to go bowling. They weren't able to do that from the time work to rule went in. And you know what? That was hard for my wife not to do. That was hard for her to try to explain to her students why they couldn't go bowling. Summers in between there, when work to rule was brought down, they were able to get one bowling run in. Kids loved it, of course. They felt more whole. And again, today we're into a position where they're not able to do that. And there was a number of other things that they weren't able to do because they were seen as being extracurricular and voluntary. And that's another sense that I probably didn't write down in my things that I wanted to cover here today. But it's sort of the issue of what's voluntary and what's not. And when I was listening to Rowley, the chief negotiator for the province, talk about once the contract is in place and work to rule is no more, there was still the discussion on, what teachers can or cannot do, or what they are expected to do or not expected to do. And you know what, Mr. Speaker, that didn't clarify a whole lot there. And what we have created, what this government has created, is a new normal. So you had a normal where teachers were giving all of themselves. You had teachers that then had to back up a little bit to adhere to the work to rule. Maybe some of them that like the work to rule, because they realize all those things that they were doing extra and not getting paid for, and actually taking away from their own family lives, their own lives, and what they were going without. So what is the new normal going to look like? Are we going to have those sports teams? Are we going to have those proms? Are we going to have all of those things? I don't know. But what I do know is that we're going to have teachers who are teaching that are more aware of what their contract says and will no longer trust the government in order to come up with those further solutions that everybody wants to see. It's done. And quite honestly, in my mind, maybe only a change of government is going to change that, and maybe not even that might fix it for a while, because of the distrust that they're going to have for the Department of Education or the school boards. Because there's a lot of players in this game that are all a part of the success of students across our province. So, what are we here for today? What are we here for today? We're in second reading still. We began second reading around 4:30 a.m. this morning. I plan on staying in it for a few more hours already, where government's going to have to make its decision on where it's going. I would say, from the intention that I got from the Premier's interviews and answers to questions, that of course his caucus supports the legislation, and therefore eventually, when time runs out here, when we've decided that we're done talking, of course that's part of a very important part of our process, to make our feelings known and our ideas known, and maybe someone accepts them and maybe they don't. But at some point we will have the vote. And I know that many people will be watching who's voting for and who's voting against. And again, the intention I heard from the Premier is that his caucus supports the bill, and therefore will all be voting for Bill 75 to move along through second reading into the next process of the House. The next process of the House, of course, is law amendments, so we look forward to law amendments because it's a part of this process. But it's the neatest part of our process. Because as much as I can stand here and talk about what I think or what I know or what I don't know about education, so I tell you there's big holes in what I know about education, the public gets to present their feelings to the chair of the Law Amendments Committee and to the members of the Law Amendments Committee to have another thought about what that legislation should actually have in it, what should be adjusted, or what should be edited, amended. And I hope that we do have the full opportunity to listen to teachers. We have 2 challenges, maybe 3 challenges on that issue tomorrow. So if we finish up sometimes this evening, the natural location or timing of law amendments would be tomorrow sometimes. I would say maybe an 8 o'clock in the morning start. So the 2 challenges we have on that is, at 8 o'clock in the morning, where are teachers? Teaching, they're in school. So they're not going to be able to come to the House of Assembly to present their thoughts. There will be some, but not all of them. So we would hope that maybe after 3 o'clock there'll be an opportunity, or 4 o'clock, whenever some of those individuals can get clear, those professionals can get clear, that they're able to come back and present to this committee, so that we can hear the true accounts, the real accounts of what the teaching profession is here in Nova Scotia and what we should be doing to fix it, what should be in this contract, how it should be negotiated, how it should not have been imposed upon the profession. So that's one challenge, is teachers are working tomorrow. Secondly, is that we have another storm coming. So there has to be an appreciation for that. Are teachers able to travel to Halifax tomorrow because of the storm? And Mr. Speaker, I know that's one of your considerations as well, that you have to take into consideration as things are happening here in the House of Assembly. And whether or not all Nova Scotians are able to be here. I know there, with what bill number 59, I think, what's the one, the Disability Act that we're discussing, there were a number of provisions made to be able to see people through video conference and other methods. You know, I would question whether that might be an opportunity that we as legislators, that we as MLAs might be able to allow, maybe. And if we have a whole bunch, I mean, I don't know how many people have signed up for law amendments at this point. I'm sure I will see a number later on. Are we able to consider it all in one day? Do we want to consider all of it in one day? I don't know. Because we have that challenge of, you know, teachers who are teaching that want to come and present are not able to come until after 4 o'clock. You know, are we able to get done or not in one day? I would probably say no, but I guess we'll see how that goes as we have that discussion further on. We just want to make sure, as we go through this process, without holding it up more than is needed. And I know we have all thoughts on what we're holding up or what we're not holding up here. But of course, we're trying to find that balance between the public's expectation, the rules and guidelines of this House of Assembly, to make sure that we have the opportunity to fully vet any bill on the floor of this legislature. I mean, there are some weird rules here. There are some weird pieces of history of how we consider pieces of legislation. But Mr. Speaker, I can say that it is my intention to make sure, and I know it's our caucus's intention to make sure, that the processes are used to their utmost, that they're used to their best, to make sure that we have the best piece of legislation possible. Someone might convince me that this is the best bill. I doubt that'll happen. Very much doubt that'll happen. But at least I might have a better appreciation for what government is trying to do. But maybe government will have a better appreciation for what the union is saying, and what teachers are saying, and what parents are saying, and what students are saying. That's what our processes are all about. So I didn't want to go a whole hour, so I think I might maybe try to wrap up a few things here. And I know well, you guys can decide who's going next, so all right. Again, I just wanted to go, you know, again, the disclosure piece here is that I guess I would call us an education family. I'm married, happily married to a school teacher, and I'm proud of all the work that she does. I'm proud of the work that all teachers do, because I know they work very hard under very difficult circumstances. You know, but they find a way to make sure that those students are able to reach their potentials, and are very frustrated when they don't have the tools to help them reach their potential. But I can tell you, for my area in Argyle-Barrington, you know, there are a number of Tri-County schools and CSAP schools. I know each and every day that they go to those schools to teach our kids, that they're giving all of themselves. Matter of fact, they're giving more than all of themselves to make sure that our kids get the best possible education that they can have. And I thank them for every single ounce, every expended piece of energy, every broken toenail, whatever it requires to make sure that our kids get their best. But you know what, Mr. Speaker? They should be appreciated, and they should be duly compensated for it as well. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Cumberland South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm glad to rise on this important occasion because you know what, Mr. Speaker, welcome to the new normal. The Premier said he wants to get our classrooms back to normal, and I will talk about what a normal classroom looks like today, Mr. Speaker, but it's already clear, based excuse me, on the events of today, that normal's going to be impossible right away. In fact, the new normal includes the first strike, province-wide strike, of teachers in the history of Nova Scotia. 150 years as a province, 122 years with teachers organized together, through thick and thin, through depressions and wars and high times and low times. Every government has always been able to work with teachers to deliver good classroom educations under fair conditions. That is, every time until this government, Mr. Speaker. I'm reminded of that old expression, oh, what a tangled web we weave. I'm not sure who first came up with that, but I will quote my grade 10 history teacher at CEC in Truro, Mr. Barrick, who would say, I'm not sure who said that, so when the test comes, let's just say I did. Mr. Speaker, that has stuck with me to this day. Someone other than me obviously made up that quote, but it is so apparent that it's relevant today. Because, Mr. Speaker, thousands and thousands of students are going to have their year disrupted on Friday. Their parents, their families, their caregivers, their grandparents are going to have their day disrupted on Friday, first time in our province's history. And all of that falls squarely on the shoulders of the Premier and his government, all of it. Every other government in history has been able to work these things out, except this one. You know what, Mr. Speaker, the time has come to call it what it is. When a Premier comes into office and picks fights with everybody, when he tells film workers that they don't have any value in our economy, Mr. Speaker, that drives people apart. When he tells seniors that they can afford to cough up 3 times more for their pharmacare premiums, Mr. Speaker, that drives people apart. When he tells doctors that they're asking for too much and they don't deserve it, that drives people apart, Mr. Speaker. And here we are now with the province's teachers, who he has gone out of his way to demonize, to embarrass, to humiliate, to make them feel that they don't have any worth, Mr. Speaker. And they finally are the ones that have said, that's enough. Enough. This province is better than this. We should be working together, not being pulled apart. The challenges that we face in our classrooms are real, and they are serious, and they will affect the future prosperity of this province. And yes, they've gone on for far too long, Mr. Speaker, and we can all reflect on that. But teachers have been very clear that in the last 3 years, the rate of deterioration in our classrooms has accelerated. And they've spent 18 months trying to tell the Premier and his government those facts. And the government, to this day, has done nothing to help teachers make real change, other than committees and platitudes and promises that at some future date we'll start a conversation. Mr. Speaker, teachers have gotten frustrated with the empty promises, Mr. Speaker. So the new reality, the new normal, is a classroom strike across this province. And you know what, Mr. Speaker, I will say this. Thankfully, it's only for one day. Thankfully, teachers want to make their point and then get back into the classrooms. Mr. Speaker, this could be far worse. This could be far worse. But teachers who have acted responsibly, who tried to make their points at a bargaining table with no success even on the things that we should agree on automatically, like classroom supports, then, Mr. Speaker, resorted to work to rule where they delivered the curriculum in class every day and meet all of their normal teaching functions. Even that didn't cause the Premier to put a few improvements on the table to show some good faith, Mr. Speaker. And you know what happens, Mr. Speaker, when you push people of goodwill and good faith like our teachers into a corner? Well, at some point they push back. They see the writing on the wall, Mr. Speaker. They know there's a majority Liberal government. They know that we're going to do everything we can in opposition to make their points, to put real improvements on the table here in the legislature, to slow things down so that every Nova Scotian can have their say about the injustice that is about to be done when the majority government finally imposes its will. They know that, Mr. Speaker. Then they have reached for that one last thing that is in their power, which is a one-day strike. And they could have called a general strike for the remaining time that we sit here, Mr. Speaker. They called it for one day to make their point. And I think they're saying, in good faith, please, if we have to go to this final step, please put something real on the table for classrooms. But that's not going to happen, Mr. Speaker, because really the last opportunity that the Premier and his government had to actually do something positive for classrooms was in this bill. And they didn't, Mr. Speaker. So here we have the new normal with ongoing disruptions in our classrooms, Mr. Speaker, and who knows? Who knows what normal will look like when teachers are finally ordered into a new contract by this government. Here's another example of the new normal, Mr. Speaker. I have the press release that the teachers put out about a week ago. It's really quite remarkable. And I'll quote from it and then I'll table it. Teachers don't have faith in the Premier. They don't trust him to do what's in the best interests of our education system. Mr. Speaker, that's an amazing statement for the teachers of Nova Scotia to make. No one's ever accused them of being partisan, of taking sides. I'm sure there are teachers that are normally members of all parties in this House and maybe some other parties that aren't currently in this House. But, Mr. Speaker, for the teachers to just bluntly say that they have no faith in the Premier, that they don't trust him, that's an amazing statement, Mr. Speaker. They go on to say, and I quote, if the Premier is capable of misleading our members, then he's capable of misleading parents. Mr. Speaker, speaking specifically of the $20 million of magical money that's been included in this bill with no specific place for it to go, Mr. Speaker, that's quite an admission for the spokespersons for the teachers to make, that if they can't trust the Premier on something as obviously needed as classroom reform, then how can parents? Mr. Speaker, this is the new normal. We have a government that throws money at classroom reform, doesn't have any idea what it'll get spent on, Mr. Speaker, says that they want to work with teachers on that, but teachers don't trust them to actually get the job done. And then the government actually pulls arbitration from the committee so that at the end of the day, it's the government doing whatever it wants anyway. That's why teachers don't trust them. Mr. Speaker, this is the new normal. The new normal also means, Mr. Speaker, that we are not going to see classroom improvements for the remaining life of this government, whatever that remaining life may be. After all, past performance is the best predictor of future behavior. 3 years in, 18 months of negotiations, 3 tentative agreements, the government has failed each time to put meaningful classroom reform, actual reform, not talk about reform, on the table. How many opportunities is a government going to get to actually show that they have a vision for classroom reform, Mr. Speaker? There's been some talk about these 3 tentative agreements, around 3 strikes you're out. It's the government's 3 strikes. They're out, Mr. Speaker. Tentative Agreement 1, put something on the table for classroom reform, social good faith. Didn't happen. Tentative Agreement number 2, put some real classroom reform on the table. Show that you mean it. Didn't happen. Tentative Agreement number 3, put something around no fail or discipline or attendance or power school on the table. It didn't happen. Strike 3, Mr. Speaker. This is why the teachers and the government are getting further apart each time they talk, That's why the margin of defeat goes up and up, because the government is not putting forward classroom reforms that teachers want. And each time they see that, they get more disappointed and more frustrated, Mr. Speaker, and no wonder. And it's not just the teachers, students, parents, grandparents. We all want to see better classrooms. Opposition. We've called on this government for a year to bring classroom reform here, if they must, with a budget to go with it, that we can look at, and if it's reasonable, we'll support it. We're still waiting, Mr. Speaker. I got to be honest, when I saw the bill title come out yesterday, I thought maybe that's going to happen this time. But in the most Orwellian bill title ever, we have a bill that says it's going to improve the classrooms that actually makes it worse, Mr. Speaker. Nothing new for classrooms, more committees, and that's it. Just to be perfectly clear, the title of the bill is an act respecting a teacher's professional agreement and classroom improvements, except it doesn't have any classroom improvements. If it said an act to create more committees and bureaucracy to frustrate teachers to infinity, it would have been an accurate title. But that's not what it says, Mr. Speaker. It's the opposite. Because at the end of the day, when this government finally imposes its majority will and forces a contract onto teachers, it may have achieved the salary and benefits targets that it has, but it certainly has burned its relationship with teachers and teaching assistants and other educational professionals, I might add, that want to see better classrooms. It has taken a highly professional and highly motivated workforce and completely demoralized them. That doesn't lead to better classrooms. That leads to more difficulties in our classrooms, Mr. Speaker. That is the new normal. That is the problem. Now, Mr. Speaker, here's another new normal that we're going to face over the next few years. The government's going to be sued. The teachers' union has already said in public that they intend to challenge the constitutionality of this bill in the courts, Mr. Speaker. They are going to sue the government. And they have lots of precedent for doing that, Mr. Speaker, and I do want to dwell on that for a moment, because here is a government that wants to look like they care about taxpayers' money, and yet they're perfectly happy to see us be at risk for millions and millions of dollars of legal fees and maybe millions of dollars in penalties if they lose the case. Mr. Speaker, many people have pointed to the British Columbia case, which is a decade-old case that resulted in a payout by the taxpayers of BC of $300 million. Very similar to this bill, Mr. Speaker. Well, maybe BC can afford $300 million, but Nova Scotia can't. Now, why would the Premier push through with a bill like this, frustrating teachers, and put at risk literally hundreds of millions of dollars of taxpayer money? Wouldn't it be better if that money were spent in classrooms in the first place? Wouldn't it be better if the government is prepared to risk all those millions on legal fees, that they looked at those millions and said, over so many years, we're going to get more TAs, we're going to enforce hard class caps, we're going to ensure that students meet the curriculum before they are pushed forward, and if they're not, they'll be held back and they'll get the extra help they need to go through next time. That does cost a little money. Why not focus our resources there? With, by the way, a very willing professional teaching workforce to go along, Mr. Speaker, and that's the BC case. And I do want to dwell on that for a moment, Mr. Speaker, because the BC case is very instructive to the situation here with Bill 75. The British Columbia courts did in fact rule that the legislation in BC, their counter legislation to this one, interfered with the collective bargaining process with teachers in BC and is therefore unconstitutional under Section 2D of the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms, which specifically is our freedom of association. Now, Mr. Speaker, I want to quote from that case for a moment, and I will table it. I have it right here. And I want to quote from that case. This is the British Columbia case right here. And I know our clerk is going to want to read it in total and make sure that we all have a good background on it, because, Mr. Speaker, this case does say, and I want to quote from it, that it's clear that the government had a strategy to put pressure on the teachers' union to provoke a strike. Doesn't that sound eerie? That the government thought this would gain political support for imposing legislation. That is the words of the British Columbia Supreme Court in their decision, which ruled the BC government's attempt to do the exact same thing as this government is doing to be unconstitutional. I'll table that for the benefit of all the people that are going to want to read that in detail, Mr. Speaker, but I highlighted the quote in there so that people could see it. Now, Mr. Speaker, that court decision was appealed. We're already into the millions and millions in legal fees at this point. It was appealed to the British Columbia Court of Appeal, where a dissenting opinion was reached that said that that decision should be upheld because the government had in fact trampled all over the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, Mr. Speaker. And I have that decision here, and I'm going to share it with the House in a moment, but it does say very clearly, pre-legislative consultation is irrelevant for the purposes of determining a constitutional breach. Mr. Speaker, this shines the light of day on the Premier's robotic answer that he has negotiated 3 tentative agreements before bringing in his bill. Well, Mr. Speaker, pre-legislative consultation and negotiation are similar. They may not be exactly the same thing, but they're similar, is irrelevant for the purposes of determining a constitutional breach. I will share that opinion with the clerk's table and anyone who wants to read it, Mr. Speaker. Now we're tens of millions of dollars in legal fees charged to the taxpayers of the province of British Columbia, who were dragged down the exact same route as the Premier of this province is dragging us down. Now, Mr. Speaker, that case was appealed to the Supreme Court of Canada less than a year ago. Mr. Speaker, in November of 2016, the Supreme Court upheld the dissenting opinion of the BC Court of Appeal, which upheld the original Supreme Court of British Columbia decision that this same legislation in British Columbia was unconstitutional. And when they did that, Mr. Speaker, the Supreme Court of Canada took all of 20 minutes to come to that conclusion and ruled from the bench that the decision should be upheld. I have that decision at the Supreme Court here. The clerk is anticipating I'll table it, but I'm happy to do that, and I will do that now, Mr. Speaker. The damages that the taxpayers of British Columbia are now on the hook for because of the same reckless Liberal government there as we have here is $300 million, Mr. Speaker. Now, if the job creation strategy of the Liberal Party of BC was to enrich a lot of lawyers, they succeeded, Mr. Speaker. And I know the unemployment right here is too high, and there are thousands of fewer people working in Nova Scotia today than 3 years ago, but surely it is not the intent of the Premier and his government to see millions and millions of dollars going to hire more and more lawyers. Mr. Speaker, nothing against lawyers, but we need teachers. We need teaching assistants. We need better supports in our classroom. That's where that kind of money should go. And common sense tells us if that had been done the first time around a year ago, we would not be here in this emergency session today, Mr. Speaker. By the way, I don't think the irony is lost on the people that are watching us in action. When the Premier called this emergency session, there was no emergency. Teachers were teaching, students were learning. Mr. Speaker, the pretext to this emergency session was laughable. Mr. Speaker, ironically, by provoking the strike action that the Premier has provoked, he's actually created an emergency. Now, if you check the rule book for this House, emergency sessions happen when there's already an emergency. They are not called in order to create one, Mr. Speaker, but that's exactly what's happened here. The Premier has called emergency session and then gone about creating an actual emergency, which is the strike vote that's been taken and the strike action that's been called. And what a shame. It could have been so easily avoided. And I see you checking the House rules, and I'm pretty sure you'll find, Mr. Speaker, that I'm correct, that it's assumed there is an emergency when the Speaker makes that decision. I'm not questioning the Speaker's decision in any way. I know the Premier advised him on that, and that is it's the advice that I'm speaking of. Having said that, Mr. Speaker, I do want to talk about something that's very near and dear, I'm sure, to everybody in this chamber. I certainly hope so, and to all Canadians. Just to wrap up my little legal lesson, and I have to, of course, disclose I am not a lawyer, but I am a Canadian, and I am proud of the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms, which I have here. I probably don't need to table the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms, Mr. Speaker, but I will, because there might be time for a refresher, certainly time for a refresher from the Premier. Because, Mr. Speaker, one of the things we cherish about this country is that we are a country of laws. That even the government is not above the law. Even the Premier of a province is not above the law, Mr. Speaker. And all parties in this country have come together at different points in our history to enumerate the rights and freedoms that we all enjoy as Canadians. And I want to do this in a nonpartisan manner. John Diefenbaker brought us our first Charter of Rights. Pierre Trudeau brought us the current Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms, and we all should feel some pride of ownership over it. And the biggest pride of ownership, the things that makes us the most Canadian, is that everybody enjoys the same freedoms and the same rights under the law, Mr. Speaker, everybody. And one of those freedoms, there are 4 freedoms that are listed in the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms, and they are in Section 2. And the one in question is 2D, the 4th one, which is freedom of association. Political parties exist because we have freedom of association, Mr. Speaker. Lions clubs, volunteer fire departments exist because we have freedom of association. Unions exist as well because we have freedom of association. And you know what, Mr. Speaker? The Premier wants to divide the province, and those are with the union, those are against the union. This has got nothing to do with whether you're pro-union or anti-union. This has everything to do with whether you believe in the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, and whether under the law you believe that a Premier and government are not above the Charter of Rights and Freedoms either. Because at the end of the day, this is the rules of the game that even governments have to live by, Mr. Speaker. That's the point. Even when they don't like it, they have to live by it. That's what makes this country great, Mr. Speaker. That's why the British Columbia Supreme Court, the dissenting opinion of the British Columbia Court of Appeal, and the Supreme Court of Canada all have upheld that what this government is trying to do in this session has been unconstitutional in British Columbia. I have a similar case from Ontario, which I was going to go through in great detail, but I think I'll just table it instead in case someone wants to see it. Oh, you're wanting me to go through it in great detail, Mr. Speaker? You were nodding there a second ago. No? Okay. Well, I will table the Ontario Public Service Employees Union and the Minister of Education and the Ontario Public School Boards Association case from 2016 Ontario. Exact same scenario, Mr. Speaker. All of which is to say that what the Premier is asking this House of Assembly to do is likely unconstitutional. It's going to cost us millions of dollars as taxpayers either way and condemn us to years in the courts. And you know what, Mr. Speaker? Some other member can get up if they want and argue that it's not. That's wonderful. That's Canada. That's freedom of expression. They may even have opinions or cases of their own to back up their side, and that's great. We'll find out when the courts eventually rule at some future date on this mess. But one thing is certain today, Mr. Speaker, this government is going to be sued for breaching the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. And that case, when it is pursued, as it definitely will be, is going to cost millions and millions of dollars. And at the end of the day, a decision will be reached. And we may even owe more money, Mr. Speaker. All because for the last 3 years, we have had a premier and a government that turned its back on classroom reform, that refused to listen to the very employees, our teachers, who we trust to deliver education in our classrooms, because we have a premier whose style, to be blunt, is so confrontational and so mean-spirited that people of good faith get pushed away.
Order.
Mr. Speaker.
I think the word mean-spirited is just a little bit over the edge. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Let me claw that back closer to the edge, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for that. My point is, none of this had to happen. None of it had to happen. 3 opportunities to put real classroom reform on the table were all missed by the government, Mr. Speaker. 3 opportunities to reach out to teachers and actually do something constructive for our classrooms were missed, Mr. Speaker. And some point in the next week, this government will force through a contract for teachers, leaving behind a trail of destruction and no hope of meaningful classroom reform. And that's bad enough, but that is not the end of the story, because they've also condemned us to years of court challenges and millions of dollars of legal fees and settlement costs. And the fact is, Mr. Speaker, that is not good financial management. That is the worst kind of financial management, Mr. Speaker, because if you actually worked with your partners in education to make things better, all of that could have been avoided, Mr. Speaker. And that brings me to the old normal that needs to be fixed, Mr. Speaker. The old normal, where in places like Basin View Elementary in Bedford, there are 37 students on advanced learning programs needing EAs, and there are only 7.5 EA or TA equivalents for them. One school, but a real example of where we're shortchanging students who deserve to get a fair and equal education, who are not getting the supports they need. This bill tells them, sorry, we're not doing anything for you. That's a big problem, Mr. Speaker. At École Par en Bas, I actually spoke to a TA there this morning, Lynn D'Entremont, who I should disclose is no relation to my colleague who sits beside me. Lynn is exactly the kind of caring professional whose job it is to make our classrooms work for all students as a teaching assistant. Lynn's not even in the Nova Scotia Teachers Union. Lynn is in a different union, who also, Mr. Speaker, is without a contract or without any hope of help to do her job. Now, Mr. Speaker, all Lynn wants to do is right by her students. Help them meet the curriculum. Give them the extra help they need to be part of the classroom, like every Nova Scotia student deserves. And she's frustrated because she doesn't have the resources to do that anymore. She doesn't feel the government has her back when she tries to make classrooms inclusive and safe and have the environment conducive to good learning, Mr. Speaker. That's the reality at her school. Let me tell you about the normal, Mr. Speaker, at River Hibbert District High School, which is a new school. And it's great that it is. It took 7 years of that community fighting to get that school, over 3 governments, but it's done. But there was one last injustice for that community to fight, Mr. Speaker, last year. Because when the time had come to order the desks for the new school, the government decided to slash the order in half as a cost-saving measure. Now, can you imagine, Mr. Speaker, if that had not been fixed, that we would have built a new school, that we would have delivered that new school to the community and then only bought half the number of desks required for the students. Can you imagine that? That really happened. That really happened. And I got to give a lot of credit to the principal of that school and the teachers there who rose up and pushed and pushed and pushed to get that fixed. And at the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, here is a government that thought, well, we got to save money, let's just cut the order in half. No thought to whether those desks are needed or how many students actually want to sit down when they get to class or what that would do to their ability to learn if they had to fight for seats. Mr. Speaker, it was just a decision to save money. This is why the teachers' union said that the government knows the cost of everything and the value of nothing. What is the cost of desks? What is the value of not having enough, or what is the value lost of not having enough desks in a classroom? Mr. Speaker, it is inconceivable that that is the normal that the Premier wants to get back to. Let me tell you about two elementary schools in Spring Hill, West End Elementary and Junction Road. They are both so old, Mr. Speaker, with leaks and mildew and dust that the school board has declared that their condition has become an impediment to program delivery. In other words, their condition is so bad that we cannot expect teachers to teach the curriculum because of the facility. The gym in Junction Road, the roof leaks so bad that there are dozens of buckets on the gym floor on any given day filling up with water drip by drip. The library at West End is in the middle of the school and is a high traffic zone as students go from one class to another. How can you study in those conditions? And the gym there, which is substandard size, doubles as the cafeteria. Think of the danger when you're in that gym class after lunch with all of the risks of spillage and so on, Mr. Speaker. This is why they can't deliver the curriculum in those schools anymore. And the engineers went in, and the school construction specialists went in, and the school board weighed the needs of those students against all the other properties in that school board, and they said this is at the top of the priority list for new construction 3 years ago, again 2 years ago, and again last year. And yet they're still not getting a new school, Mr. Speaker. While they watch other schools that on the provincial-wide combined party list were 20 spaces below them leap to the top, which just happened to be in the riding of the Premier and the Minister of Education. Well, Mr. Speaker, that is shameful. That is shameful. Teachers don't trust the government to actually manage what's in the classroom, and parents don't trust the government to actually build the schools in priority of need. Mr. Speaker, what trust is left? Zero. And that's a big problem, Mr. Speaker. That's why any hope of real reform in our schools has been lost for the duration of this government. It is gone, Mr. Speaker. And for all of those that believe that education is the best investment a government can make in our future, that is a pretty sad thing to realize. As you know, Mr. Speaker, one of the great things about our province, our country, is that everyone does get an equal shot at a good education, or they should. Whether you live in River Hibbert, Mr. Speaker, or South End Halifax, you deserve an equal shot. Whether you're flying high as a student, or you have some learning challenges and need help, you deserve a shot in our classrooms, Mr. Speaker. That's one of the promises we make to young Nova Scotians when they start out. And when we reach the point that a government cares only about imposing a financial contract, and in fact cares about that more than keeping that promise to the next generation of students, we are in a very sorry place. And when that government gives up on working with teachers to make things better and resorts to legislation that is going to be sued and likely is non-constitutional, then we have reached a very sorry place indeed, Mr. Speaker. Maybe that's why we have a premier that said, I want to get back to normal. Well, you know what, Mr. Speaker? Based on all these things, I don't want to get back to normal. We in the opposition, we don't want to get back to normal. We want better than normal. We want higher than lower. We want more than less in our classrooms, Mr. Speaker. Who wants to be normal? Mr. Speaker, we want better than that for our students and our teachers. And it's not like teachers are not being clear about what they're looking for in the classroom. A 5-minute Google search will find hundreds of essays written by teachers about what we need to do. And they're all making the same points. Give us an attendance policy that we can enforce. Because you know, the normal right now, Mr. Speaker, in many school boards is that students can show up on the last day and hand in an assignment and the teacher's forced to mark it and pass it. What message are we sending to that child about responsibility when we allow that to happen? I mean, maybe the government thinks that all teachers do is take a history book and take an English book and teach the contents. Well, that's a pretty shallow view of education, Mr. Speaker. By virtue of our actions and our beliefs and our values, we teach them what's important in life, too. Like taking responsibility for your own education. Like showing them that we value education very highly as a society. Like teaching there are consequences when you hand in your work late. Those are important things that we learn in school as well, Mr. Speaker. But the normal does not allow that to happen. Well, we don't want the normal. We want better than normal. We'd be more than happy to come to this House and debate a bill that fixes that one problem and pass it unanimously, Mr. Speaker, but that's not going to happen. And the same with discipline policies, Mr. Speaker. How many teachers have talked to all of us about the physical risks that they take in classrooms from all kinds of students? How many teachers have told us of the verbal abuse that they suffer in our schools every day from all kinds of students, Mr. Speaker? And their hands are tied behind their back, that there's nothing they can do about it. And somehow the message has gotten through to 7-year-olds and 8-year-olds that they know the teacher can do nothing about it. Mr. Speaker, what kind of message are we teaching to these young kids? We do need real, meaningful discipline policies in place, Mr. Speaker, as a matter of law. And then we need to give those to our teachers with their discretion, in their professional judgment, to enforce them. And teachers need to know that their government and their premier trust them and will have their back when they do. That's our view of how the system should work, Mr. Speaker. We don't want normal. We want better than normal. And that's something we could be doing right here today, Mr. Speaker. That's something we're doing right here today, but we're not. And that opportunity is lost for the life of this government, Mr. Speaker. Let me talk a little bit about the data collection. You know, we encourage people to enter the teaching profession. They go and they get a degree, they get a BEd, they get a master's degree, 2, 3, 4 degrees. They spend a decade in university, Mr. Speaker. They are highly trained professionals, as they should be. We want them to be the best they can be when they're teaching our kids. I wasn't going to say this, but I think I will, Mr. Speaker. I can't think of a more highly valued function in society than that. And I would be afraid for people to compare it to the value of politicians, to be honest with you. Teachers build the future of this province every day. That's why they're so well educated. That's why we invest in their professional development. That's why we put them in places of such great trust as in the classroom. And in the last few years, we've condemned them to data entry up to their eyeballs, Mr. Speaker. You know, I'll give you an example, and I've heard this from a number of teachers in my constituency. Let's say your class is 50 minutes long. If it takes you 10 minutes to take attendance because you have to fire up the laptop and the Wi-Fi is slow and you have to enter the data manually, you've lost a good chunk of the teaching time just on attendance. And you're not allowed to do that later. You have to do it through the Power School system, Mr. Speaker. And then when you're home at night, rather than working on tomorrow's lesson to make it as best as it can be, you're condemned to more data entry. Well, Mr. Speaker, we're not against data, but there's got to be a healthy balance. Why would we place such well-educated, trained teachers in our schools and then not let them do what we've actually invested in their education so they can do? Think of those millions of dollars in legal fees and what they could have done to make data entry easier so that teachers can spend more time with our students. Mr. Speaker, we don't want to go back to normal. We want something way better. And this is another example. Mr. Speaker, I don't want to finish today without also talking about mental health, something that is a big issue for the Progressive Conservative Caucus, as you know, something we have been bringing to this House for over a year now, something that we didn't bring to this House as a club to beat over the government's head, something we brought to this House as a positive contribution that we want to make while we spend our time on this side, Mr. Speaker. That it is one of the greatest health challenges of our time. That mental illness affects just about every family in Nova Scotia, either because someone is mentally ill with whatever ailment they have or because they're a caregiver for someone who is mentally ill. Mr. Speaker, every family, including my own, including many here in this chamber and around this province who have been brave enough to tell their stories. Teachers regularly bring up the skyrocketing incidence of mental illness in their classrooms at heartbreaking ages, Mr. Speaker. Depression, anxiety, dyslexia, all kinds of mental illnesses that are showing up in our classes in greater numbers. Mr. Speaker, I'm sure scientists will write many studies about why that is. And in fact, that's who should do it. It's not our job here to do the scientific studies. But it is our job here to make sure that the supports are in place to help people suffering from mental illness, to help their caregivers, and to help the teachers who are often on the front lines, Mr. Speaker. And so for a long time, we've been talking about mental illness. And one of the questions that we get asked regularly is, it's such a big issue, where would you start? Let's start in the classrooms, Mr. Speaker. Let's start with adolescent mental health. Let's put the resources in place there as our first step on the journey to getting every child who's going down the road of a mental illness the help they need as soon as they need it. Mr. Speaker, teachers are raising this. We could be actually allocating resources for that great need right now in this session, but we're not, Mr. Speaker. There are classes out there, 25, 30 kids in the class, 5 on IPPs, 3 on adaptations, 4 with diagnosed mental illnesses, some which are medicated and some which are not. We could actually help with that, Mr. Speaker. I don't want to go back to the normal. I want something better than normal. That's what we should be talking about here today, and adolescent mental health is a place we could be starting. And I do want to acknowledge, Mr. Speaker, that we do have the Schools Plus program, and it is a good program. It's not in enough schools. The ones that have it are often sharing a mental health professional among many schools. Sometimes students show up at their school, but the mental health nurse or professional is not there that day. They're at a different school, and so that person has to wait That's a dangerous place to put a young child in depression. Or they're told to go to the emergency room where they're probably going to have to wait. Mr. Speaker, it wouldn't take a lot to find the resources to put mental health professionals in every school, to train our teachers, who are asking for this, by the way, what to do to identify the signs of an emerging mental illness in a student, where to send them, who to get them in to see, how to deal with it. They're the first ones that are going to see it in too many cases, Mr. Speaker. Why not even put it in the curriculum so students themselves learn early in life, first of all, that mental illness is an illness like any other. It's not something to hide. It's something to acknowledge, bring out into the open. Why not train them about what the signs are? They have thoughts in their head, dangerous thoughts or otherwise, what that means, who to go see, how to get the help they need. Mr. Speaker, these are modest investments that we could be making today. I don't want to go back to normal. I want something better than normal. This would be a big step forward. It is way better than normal, Mr. Speaker. But that's not going to happen. You know, here we are, Mr. Speaker. Here we are with all these issues. I've listed some of them. My colleagues in both opposition parties have listed others. I think we're doing our best to show you, sir, and our colleagues across the way what normal looks like today, and why the bill that's before us is not good enough, not by a long shot. Why deciding whether teachers get 0% or 1% or 1.5 is the least of our issues, Mr. Speaker. It's the one they're determined to fix. It's the least of our issues. These are much bigger issues, and yet there's no bill for these, Mr. Speaker. That's what's wrong. That's what's wrong with this government's approach. And that's got to change. And it's not going to change. It's not going to change for the life of this government, because the very people that a government has to have a good relationship with to make our classrooms better is the teachers and the TAs and the education professionals. And that relationship has been destroyed, Mr. Speaker. It is going to take a change of government to make our classrooms better. I come to that conclusion having watched this government 3 times strike out on actually enacting something meaningful, that teachers could know they're serious, that parents could know they're serious. They're serious about imposing a contract. That's the least of our problems. That's so small. That is so small. 1% or 1.5, that is so small compared to what we're talking about here, Mr. Speaker. I don't think anyone ran to be here for something like that. We ran to be here to work on the big stuff. The big stuff includes adolescent mental health. The big stuff includes showing kids respect for education and having meaningful deadlines for assignments and learning the value of hard work and learning the glory of education and wanting to go as high as they can go with our full endorsement. That's the big stuff. There's no bill on the big. This bill might as well be called the bill with the littlest stuff possible. So the government declared that they jumped over an anthill because they forced a contract on teachers. Oh, Mr. Speaker, who cares? Come on. Look at the things we could be doing. In the middle of a snowstorm, the Premier called us here in an emergency. Mr. Speaker, through you, of course, advised you to do that. I want to get that right. For what? To force a contract. Which is the greater emergency? That students and teachers go to school and feel unsafe? Is that not a bigger emergency? That young Nova Scotians go to school with diagnosed or diagnosable depression or anxiety, become a danger to themselves or others when that happens, and we as a society have the tools, the counseling, and the medicines to help them heal, and we don't do it? Isn't that a bigger emergency? When teachers say they're overwhelmed in class and can't deliver the curriculum without help, isn't that a bigger emergency? Why did we not have an emergency session on any of those things. And as soon, you know this, Mr. Speaker, as soon as the government gets its way on their contract, they're going to adjourn this place. All those other things are still going to be going on. Unaddressed, Mr. Speaker. It's like the Premier pulled the fire alarm and dispatched the fire department to help get a cat down from a tree while the house was burning down next door, and doesn't think that's the bigger emergency. We have a cat. We're cat lovers in my house. Nothing against cats, by the way. It's an analogy, but you get my point. Mr. Speaker, the government's here to force their way on this bill. They say it includes classroom improvements, when really all they've done is tell teachers the same thing they've been telling them with less and less success each time, which is that they'll have a committee or a commission. I mean, you might as well keep ramping it up. It'll be a royal commission next, and then it'll be a galactic commission at some point, but it's still a committee, Mr. Speaker, with no objective, with no actual concrete things to work on. That's why it went so wrong when the Premier said, well, we'll put $10 million into the committee. And that didn't get anyone's attention. He said, well, we'll put $20 million into the committee. That's going to be really good. That is so backwards, Mr. Speaker. Who funds a committee without any idea where it's going? Why not start with the reforms we want and then figure out what the budget's going to be? Bring a plan like that here, we'd be the first to say that's right. Let's support that. But that's not going to happen, Mr. Speaker. That's not financially responsible. Just keep throwing more and more money at a committee to make it sound better. That's irresponsible, Mr. Speaker. That's irresponsible. That's why this is so offensive, not just to teachers, but to all Nova Scotians who do want to see something meaningful. Mr. Speaker, it was bizarre, to say the least, to see the Premier 2 days ago pat himself on the back because he wants to start a conversation about inclusion. 3 years in and 18 months of talking to teachers about the classroom, where they are getting more and more frustrated, and he throws this lifeline out that, okay, he was prepared to start a conversation, and apparently that's courageous in his mind. Well, Mr. Speaker, where does he want that conversation to go? You know, Mr. Speaker, we do need to figure this out. We do, but we surely should be clear about what we're talking about. Mr. Speaker, for example, we don't want to go back to the old way of streaming kids. So let's rule that out, Mr. Speaker. Let's rule that out. Every child deserves to go as high as they can with the full support of our government and society. That was the basis of inclusive classrooms. So maybe the current system is not delivering the results that we need. Fine, let's deal with that. But let's set some goals, starting with that one, that no child's going to get left behind, that they may learn at different rates, they may have different learning disabilities, and they may require special help depending on what that impediment is, but we're going to find a way to get there, Mr. Speaker. And let's not confuse discipline with inclusion. That's not fair, Mr. Speaker. Let's make it clear that when we're talking about discipline, we mean anyone who interrupts the learning environment. And when we're talking about inclusion, we mean getting all kids the education that they need. Maybe in unique ways in some cases, but always included in our education system, Mr. Speaker. But in a desperate attempt to try and look like he was doing something, the Premier bravely offered to start a conversation 3 years in, Mr. Speaker. Well, I don't know how many of us went through all the work and blood and sweat and tears to come to this place, and we all know it ain't easy to get elected here, nor should it be. We didn't come here just to be able to retire someday and say, well, we started a conversation. We need to actually get stuff done, Mr. Speaker. No wonder teachers are putting out press releases say they don't trust the Premier anymore. They're tired of hearing that someday in the future we're going to start a conversation. Let's get that conversation going right now. And while we're doing that, let's put in place real supports to hold the system together while we do, Mr. Speaker. I don't want normal. I want better than normal. These are things we could be doing now, Mr. Speaker, that we could all support. Mr. Speaker, I know we've had some debate already about the no-fail policy. The policy that apparently the Minister of Education discovered 2 days ago doesn't exist, but is still writing a letter to the school boards to officially inform them that it doesn't exist. I mean, it's the absurdity, Mr. Speaker. And 9,300 teachers, they've all felt the pressure to pass kids through. They've all seen graduates walk across that stage that they know in their heart we have let down because they should not yet be graduating. And they know they're about to go out in the real world without the tools they need to succeed because of that, Mr. Speaker. I'm not satisfied to have the minister write a letter to confirm the old normal. We want better than normal, Mr. Speaker. We have a curriculum. We are trying to tie it to the needs of the 21st century, both intellectual and workplace related, Mr. Speaker. We should show kids that we expect them to meet it, and we should pass them when they do, and we should hold them back when they don't. And by we, Mr. Speaker, I mean the people that we entrust with that big decision, and that is the teachers of this province. And they need to know that their Premier and government will have their back when they do. It is the only meaningful way forward, Mr. Speaker. These are the big problems, Mr. Speaker. These are the big issues. These are the things we should be working on solving, Mr. Speaker. But to continue to deny that there's a no-fail policy, when every teacher knows otherwise, that it's certainly in practice, to get caught up in the wording of whether it's a policy or a practice, or whether things like credit recovery, where we zoom you from 40 to 50 so we can put you through, don't exist. They do exist. They do exist. And Mr. Speaker, we're not helping our students when we allow that to happen. I don't know where the theory came from that everyone should always pass in life, but it's not true, Mr. Speaker. And it is when we stumble and someone helps us up that we know we're really getting somewhere. That's why the no-fail policy has to go. That's how we show students we're serious about education. That is, you're not just putting in time. You're actually learning how to be a full, productive adult, grade by grade, Mr. Speaker, capable of taking on the world. You know, Nova Scotia, it's got so much going for it, and we have all it takes to succeed, and we should be focusing on those things. But for the last 3 years, we have a government that comes in that wants to cut things, which is easy on the government and hard on the people, that wants to shut down successful businesses like the film business, that sees seniors, and if they have saved their whole lives and made a little extra money for retirement, wants to take that from them to punish them for their success. That's piddly stuff, Mr. Speaker. We don't want to work on that. We're going to reject this because we don't want to work on that. We don't even want to think like that. We certainly don't want to be led like that. There are big issues and big opportunities in this province. And some of the biggest issues and some of the biggest opportunities happen to be in our classrooms. That's why, Mr. Speaker, and I will use a quote, and I know who started this one, John Kenneth Galbraith once said that too many governments think that the success of economic development depends on massive infusions of capital. And he said they're wrong, and he was an economist. He said they're wrong. He said the future of our economy depends on massive infusions of education. And he's right. And that's not happening here, Mr. Speaker. We're debating whether the teacher should get 1% or 1 point. That's the small stuff, Mr. Speaker. We reject it because it's time for big thinking It's time for grasping those bigger opportunities, Mr. Speaker, and that starts in our classrooms. So when this bill is done, we've got some of our own, Mr. Speaker, that we put on the order paper yesterday that I asked the Government House Leader to call for debate and pass as a test of whether they're serious about classroom reform, including adolescent mental health supports, including meaningful attendance and discipline policies, and including getting rid of the no-fail. That's our great opportunity. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. The honourable member for Kings North.
Mr. Speaker, I beg leave to make an introduction.
Yes, go ahead.
Mr. Speaker, in the House, I'd like to call attention to my mum, Mrs. Laura to you, Oma to her children, grandchildren, and great-grandchildren up in the opposition gallery.
Same to everybody else.
She doesn't want me to tell you this, but I will. She's on her way to Israel tomorrow on a 2-week trip with a cousin from Calgary. I'm very proud of her. I should take this opportunity to apologize for all the times I tracked through the house with my boots on. And I know I'm digressing. I just want to tell you a little bit of her story. I debated whether I can do this with keeping it dry. A dry eye. Excuse me. She was, as a young girl, she was in Holland. She had a platoon of German soldiers live in her home for a year. One of those soldiers taught her how to swim. She didn't dare tell anybody in the neighborhood because that would have been, doing stuff with the enemy. The sergeant in that platoon would tremble when the bombers from England went overhead because he had a little girl just her age back in Germany. And they were good to her family. My family. She lived through 4 months of Canadian artillery shelling when the 1st Canadian Army tried to conquer the island that she lived on, which was the last island necessary to use the port of Antwerp. And I do tear up on this. She was liberated by Canada in November of 1944. So, and her and Dad came to Canada in 1958 with no money, didn't even speak English, and made a life here. And I'm very proud of her. It's my pleasure to take a few moments to talk about this bill. I know much has been said about it. I do want to talk about the actual bill for a few moments and then talk about the concepts in the bill. The Act respecting a teacher's professional agreement and classroom improvements. And first of all, I would take issue with one of the whereases. It says, whereas the education of students in public schools and the right of students to participate fully in learning opportunities is being unduly disrupted by the prolonged labor dispute between the union and the minister. I would take umbrage with that whereas, and I've had a couple of teachers communicate to me that in this period of, certainly there are things that in this period of work to rule, but in fact the focus on education probably has never been greater, as teachers are no longer doing some of the data entry that they have issue with, are no longer doing some of the other side things that they have always been doing. So it's possible, and I would suggest to you probable, that at this moment in time during work to rule, the actual quality of education has never been higher. That being said, I recognize there are things in work to rule which we all have issue with. Will there be a prom? Some of the sports programs, but those are mostly what is affected are the things that are sort of important to school life, but a little bit on the periphery of the actual educational content, and that is not what this whereas states. I know much has been said about the fact that this is an act, the classroom improvement part of this act is in fact creating 2 committees. There's a commission to reform inclusive education, which I think might have been already created. And then there's a council to improve classroom conditions. So there's not one, but two committees created here. And there's a long history in Nova Scotia of governments using committees to kick the decision down the road. And I think there's a sort of a cynicism in the province about committees, and that is part of the problem, that there is not a faith in the, amongst the public and the teachers that a committee will solve the problem, especially when some of the issues are so pressing and so clear, and I will in a few moments get into some of those issues. Another issue I have with the bill, and I can't claim to have read the entire thing, just cast my eye through it, and there's a fair bit in the bill relating to the actual contents of the collective agreement and details about the wage struck pattern, which frankly I don't totally understand, not really having been involved in how it's written. But I want to cast my eye on one article, Article 68A, assessment. When a classroom teacher is required to perform provincial or board-mandated student assessments that require extended one-on-one student-teacher time, including but not limited to, and oral reading, assessments, on and on it goes. It says, supervision of the remaining students shall be provided by a substitute teacher, unless hiring the substitute teacher is not operationally required. The obligation to hire a substitute shall be deemed to have been met in the event a substitute is not available. So in other words, even when they are required to do one-on-one assessments, there's no guarantee they're going to get a, according to this, of course this is a statement saying the employer can't do the impossible if someone is not really available, but in fact, we know there are substitute teachers available, and this is one of the issues. One of the issues I believe that we are going to end up, I want to drill down into, is the fact that there's a shortage of human resources in our school systems, in EAs and EPAs. So this is something in the bill that I have an issue with, these several things. The fact that there is a committee, two committees created by this bill, both looking at different parts of the education system. There's not really any clear instruction how those two committees are going to interact with each other, or what if one says something conflicting to the other. Where are we going with that? And one committee is looking at one specific piece, inclusion, and the other committee is looking at classroom conditions. But I would suggest to you that they're part and parcel of the same problem, that in fact you can't unentangle those two issues. So I just question the logic of this bill as it is. I know that my colleagues have drilled down into the legality of the bill, given what's happened in British Columbia. I question if this is a ill-advised bill that will cost us a huge amount of money. I question that. How did we get into this situation? And I will say that I do not believe that it was this Liberal government's doing that got us here. I think this has been a slow-moving train over many years. Many successive governments have had a role in education, but all of a sudden we come to a crisis moment. And there are things that have happened in the last few years have exacerbated that crisis, but clearly what we're looking at is the movement of history, of our sort of social conditions. There's been a breakdown in trust of authority. And I remember when I was in school, if a note or something came home from the teacher, I was in trouble, and probably most of you remember that too. Nowadays, the parent is as likely or maybe more likely to take the student's side. So there's been a breakdown in trust, even though we have never have probably in the history of Nova Scotia had a more professional, more well-trained group of teachers than we have today, many of them having 2 and 3 degrees. So where did that breakdown of trust come from in our society? And it probably happened I think, in the Vietnam War and that era, and a loss of respect for the President of the United States through Nixon, and we see that ongoing. Our society, our culture is changing, and we can't say that is the Liberal government's fault. That's that's life. However, we have seen that there are things that have happened in the last few years that have changed, and one of the things that has changed is the fact that there are less EAs available now. And we know that we're running a program of inclusion, and I would suggest to you that the engine that runs inclusion is human resources. If you're going to have a classroom with 5 or 6 different grade levels right in that one classroom, then you need to have human resources there. And that is what we see has changed in the last 3 or 4 years to make things substantially worse in the classroom, and which has brought us to this moment in time. If we don't fund inclusion, it won't work. If we don't provide the human resources there to make it work, it just can't happen. It can't be successful, and it puts the teacher in an untenable position of having too many needs to meet all of the needs, and meeting the most urgent need, the most emergency, the greatest emergency at the moment, which is not always teaching that sort of core group of students who are at grade level. Likely it's dealing with a discipline problem or dealing with some other emergency. And we see the frustration level in teachers has gone really right through the roof. When we talk about, I know the Premier has said through this bill that he wants to get back to normal in the classroom, and there is an article which I will table, that says normal equals students being promoted regardless of attendance. That is the Premier wants Nova Scotia classrooms to return to normal. Normal equals a no-fail policy for students who refuse to do assigned work. I would like to say, before I table this, a few things about the no-fail policy. I can believe the Minister of Education when she says that there is not a written policy. I find that more disturbing than if there was one, because in fact there is a de facto policy across our school system that there is a no-fail policy. And I have a big issue with the no-fail policy, not because we want to see any kids fail, but because I believe that it is a mistake to have that policy in general. And I just want to drill down into that for a minute. My belief is that, and I would love someone to correct me on this, and I did drill down into this earlier today or yesterday, I guess it was yesterday, that about 20 years ago there was an idea that came out that if a student failed, the damage to their self-esteem would be greater than if you just passed them and then dealt with them catching up afterwards. And I think that went right across North America, and I don't think that was written down anywhere, but if there's any data on that, or if that was a conscious decision, how that decision was made, that decision certainly was made across our school systems across North America, I think. And the consequence of that was, and in fact I think relatively in the beginning it worked relatively well because there were relatively few students in that situation and the teacher could deal with that. But what has happened over time, there's been a proliferation of students in that category, and when they go from grade 3 to grade 4 without really learning how to read, if they don't catch up in grade 4, they go to grade 5 and they don't know how to read. And if they don't catch up in grade 5, they're in grade 6 and they don't know how to read. And on to grade 7, and then in grade 7 or 8, they realize, hey, I'm way behind my cohort. At some point, they figure that out, and the damage to their self-esteem at that point is much worse than if they had been held back a year and had learned the material and had been taught to buckle down and work and learn and do the work. I think that because of that, we're in the sort of situation we're in right now, where we just simply have so many IPPs in the classroom, individual personal programs, personal instructional programs. These IPPs, that some teachers have classrooms with a grade 8 English class with maybe 26 or whatever number of students. I mean, classroom numbers is another issue, but say there's 30 students, maybe there's half of them are on some sort of adaptation or IPP. And where that comes from is the fact that we are willing all along just to simply keep moving them along, whether they got that material or not. And the sad part is a good number of them, maybe not all, maybe some of them it's legitimate, but or aren't really capable of doing that material, but a good number of them would be if they were taught how to do that material. And I don't believe that by passing them in that circumstance, especially children who we know are capable of doing that work, that we've done them any favors. And part of it is lack of an attendance policy. There's so much absenteeism in our schools that teachers have a hard time teaching. And I was aware that it happened at grade 7, 8, 9, 10, like where you would expect kids to be taken off. But I have teachers who are teaching grade 3 who tell me that they have kids who make it miss every week 1 to 3 days every week. And I would like to see, I call upon the Minister of Education to provide the data on that. What is the absentee rate in our schools, and what impact is that having on our teachers' ability to teach? And We also see that there is there's included in this absentee issue is the fact that there's no sort of penalty if you pass in work late. And you can pass in work anytime and still get marked for it. In fact, the story is, and I suspect that the Minister of Education would say there is not this policy, but a child could virtually miss the whole year, show up on the last day, and be graded. And this is what we've been told. And maybe that is not written in policy, but that is in fact happening. We've just come through Valentine's Day, and I was listening on the radio something about Valentine's Day, and somebody on the radio, I think it was on CBC, said the opposite of love is apathy. And I was sort of like taken aback because I think the opposite of love is hate, of course, but I got thinking about what that statement said. And apathy is lack of caring, and maybe that is the opposite of love. But we have a system where, and I don't believe that there's anybody in the system. I would not say this about the Minister of Education. I would not say this about staff. I would not, the Department of Education. I would not say this. I don't believe anybody really feels this way, but the message that is being sent to our students is one of apathy. If we really don't care if you come or not, then we really don't care. That's an apathetic attitude for us as a system to have. I don't believe the message is that we don't love you. I know teachers love their children, their students dearly. I know that. And I know that I would never say that about anybody in this legislature, that they don't care and don't love these students. But in fact, the message that's being sent is that it's an apathy. And if apathy is the opposite of love, and I can get what they're getting at, then this is sending these students the idea that we really don't care if you show up or not. And think about that. What message is that to send to the student? And likewise, the message that if you don't pass that work in time, you're still getting marked the same. I really didn't care if you did the work. Well, you did it now. Okay, still mark you. Good, that's good, great. But I really didn't care about my deadline. And that is a very apathetic message to send to that student. And I believe the idea that we're going to pass you anyway, whether you really learn the material or not, is also an apathy on our parts to send that message. And I think that however we arrived at this point, this is the wrong thing to say about what we're trying to achieve here. We need to send the message to the students that we care deeply about them. We care deeply about them learning the material. We care deeply about them achieving all that they can achieve. And the idea that a no-fail policy, that a no consequences policy, you really don't have to learn the material, you're going to just go on and on. The idea that these things are teaching our children something valuable, in my opinion, is totally wrong. I can tell you that one time I heard one of the business leaders of Nova Scotia talk about his method of business planning, and he said he was on the failure method of business planning, and that method of business operation, this was a very successful multimillionaire, was that you were allowed to make little mistakes in business. And if you weren't making little mistakes, if you weren't making any mistakes, that was a mistake, because that was a sign you were doing nothing. But if you were making little mistakes, that was a sign that you were making the business go ahead. You just couldn't afford to make the fatal error. You had to avoid the fatal error that would sink your business, but you had to be always going forward, and if you made little mistakes along the way, don't let that bother you. And this gentleman said that his greatest, his philosophy was he never let his mistakes get him down. He learned from them. And I believe that, in fact, in life, that is how we learn. We learn from our mistakes. And we learn from things that don't go right. And students need to learn from things that don't go quite right. So if they get a failing mark on a test, then they learn from that. They go, well, what do I need to do to recover from this? In fact, as someone has mentioned summer school, I was talking to one person recently who said when I think it was when she was in grade 8 or 7, she had to do math summer school. She never let that happen again. She learned from her mistake about not doing the work in class. And I believe that this is the sort of thing that we need to send a message to the kids that we love them, and we're not apathetic about the work that they're doing or what they're learning or whether they attend school, but that we love them and we want to see them, we care about everything that we are teaching them. And I know, in fact, that's how we all feel about it. I know the Liberals, the other side feels that way, and I know the Department of Education does too. Everybody cares deeply about what we're doing. But if we're sending the wrong message to the kids, which I believe we are, then we've missed the boat on that. And I think that particularly in terms of the attendance policy, we have well and truly missed the boat. I have a friend from Manitoba who lives in Nova Scotia now, who was quite well and truly shocked that missing a certain number of days of school would not trigger a social services visit to the student's home. And right now I've had a couple teachers tell me about the efforts that they've gone through to get students back in school, and teachers do care about their students attending. I had one teacher tell me that for a month she picked a student up every morning herself to get that student in school. I had another teacher tell me that for quite a long time, her and another teacher took turns phoning a little girl every morning and say, "Are you coming to school?" So making that phone call. I know that principals and vice principals in our system take it upon themselves to go looking for these kids when they miss school. But can you imagine how discouraging it can be to be a student of average intelligence who just was never challenged to do the work, never really facing the consequences of not doing the work, to find yourself in grade 8 or 9 and realize you're well and truly pretty far behind, and then not feeling like going to school. And I can tell you that the people in Workers' Compensation Board know that if someone misses a year of work, the odds of them ever going back to work are very low. It's quite rare for someone to miss, because of a workplace injury, who misses a year of work, to ever go back to work. And even missing school, I would suggest it's the same thing. Every day that you miss makes it a little bit harder to get back into that school. So we need to have an attendance policy that has an organized plan on how we're going to deal with students who miss time. And I believe that these two things, and we talked earlier about, we put in a bill about discipline. In fact, I know there's a code of conduct policy that if you read it, you say, yeah, okay, that's pretty good. But where are the teeth in it? And I think the two fundamental aspects that our school system needs is an attendance policy, and we have to communicate to the kids that we really do care whether they learn the material or not. And that means we're not just giving them a free pass if they didn't learn that material. We want them to learn the material. We're evaluating them, and they have to prove that they know the material. So we tell them, we send the message to them, we care about what we're teaching them and we care about them. We don't want to see them fail. We'll go through the extra effort to make them, get them to learn it, but if they didn't learn it, there's a consequence to that. And one of the things that we have to learn in life, and I know we're all adults here, you've all learned that, not everything in life goes the way you want it to go. And the goal in teaching our kids, as I said earlier, I think there's two things that we teach our children. We teach our children to love, and we teach our children to work. Obviously, we teach our children to love in the environment of the home, and we show them love and we teach them to love. And teaching them to work is a bit more challenging in our generation. Turn the clock back to when this house was built a couple hundred years ago. It was not that hard. There were a pretty steady stream of chores to do, and everybody worked. Most of us are living in such convenient circumstances, there's virtually no chores to do, and all of that. And how do we teach them to work? Work needs to be taught through rewards, and rewarding work. Obviously, we all work because there's a reward to it. There needs to be a reward to working in school, and that is getting a good mark, passing. But if you don't do the work and you get the reward anyway, that sends a pretty negative message to the whole system, right? And so there has to be a consequence too for if you didn't do it. Like if you asked your son or daughter to mow the lawn or shovel snow and they didn't do it, would you pay them? Are you teaching them anything of any value in doing that? And in a sense, this is where the school system is at. And I don't think it's anyone's fault that it got here. And I don't think that what I'm describing here is reflective of anybody's attitude here in this house or in the educational system or the teachers. I'm just saying this is what I see is being communicated here in this. And I think that we can do a lot better with the way that we are teaching our children if we take a little bit more obstinate maybe approach to the material and what the message that we're sending. I want to say that I recognize that there are daunting challenges in the classroom, and I'm sure that everyone in this legislature has received distressing emails about circumstances in the classroom, and we've talked a little bit about them. I had a teacher tell me that she started a class, she got a class of about 19 students, and half of them had contemplated suicide or attempted suicide. Severe mental health issues. And I don't know how we recover from that. Like, how do we get back? Where do we go? There has to be a significant amount of mental health support put into schools. And Stan Kuchar, Dr. Stan Kuchar will tell you that the first time that a mental health issue shows up is the best time to deal with it. And it's the most opportune moment to treat it. Left untreated, it becomes increasingly more difficult to treat. And most things in life are like that. If you don't fix the roof right away, it leaks more. If you don't put the fire out instantly, it becomes extremely difficult to put out in about 3 or 4 minutes. That sort of thing. And it's true about mental health too, that the most opportune moment to deal with mental health issue, and probably the least severe presentation you're going to see of it, is the very first time. And that's why we need to start looking at how we're dealing with these mental health issues in our classes. We see teachers who are, and I have some emails from grade 3 teachers.
Order. The honourable member for Kings North has the floor, and I'm hoping his mother can hear him speaking. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We see classrooms with students with teachers dealing with, and in the email it will say, I have 3 students diagnosed with ADHD and 1 undiagnosed. Well, the teacher's making that diagnosis based on something, based on some pretty severe, probably some pretty severe classroom issues. So there is a requirement that that we, as I believe that if I could look at this, sort of take the long view of this impasse and where we are right now. I've told you I'm not really convinced that we're in an emergency situation. I realize this is an emergency debate. I realize there's the teachers union on one side and there's the government on the other. But if you take the long view, whether it's this government or the next government, whether that be our party or continues to be the Liberal Party, once this is all, this current impasse between the union and the government is over, there's going to be a lot of repairing in that relationship to be done, I would suggest, between employer and employee. But
Order.
The reality is...
Order. If I just might interrupt for 1 second, please, on a notice from the House Leader. We won't take into your time much longer. The House Leader for the official government. The Honourable Michelle Sampson.
Only getting worse. Do I correct the Speaker for using the name of a member in the House?
It'd be probably best if you don't.
First of all, I apologize to the member for Kings North, and certainly want to welcome his mother here in the gallery as well. I grew up thinking it was only Acadian men that couldn't speak about their mother without having a really hard time, but apparently it goes through other cultures as well. But very well said, and a great story to share with the House, and certainly welcome your mother here for the proceedings. And I can assure you I wouldn't have done any better had I had to share the words that you were sharing. So I apologize for an interruption, but in light of the interest with Bill number 75, and for those who are watching the proceedings today, it's now 4 o'clock on Wednesday. I wanted to advise that in light of how the bill is proceeding through the legislature today in discussions with the opposition House leaders, we will be calling Law Amendments Committee this evening at 7 p.m. until 10 p.m. For those who have not already called Legislative Council office, I know some have called already, and they will be reaching out to see who may be available during that time slot. But if there are those who haven't contacted yet and who would be interested in coming this evening from the hours of 7 to 10, the number for Legislative Council, and I will ask the Legislative Library to tweet this out as well, is 902-424 8941. Again, law amendments will begin this evening on Bill number 75 from 7 p.m. to 10 p.m. I can also advise that law amendments will resume as well tomorrow on Thursday at the hour of 8:30 a.m. And I will be introducing a motion at the close of debate in order to try to accommodate as many people as possible who have asked to be able to make presentations on Bill number 75, again, which has been discussed with both opposition House leaders as well. So again, I apologize to the member for the interruption, but wanted to get that information to the public and to those who have been following the proceedings as quickly as possible. Merci beaucoup.
I thank the Honourable Government House Leader for that public service announcement. The Honourable Member for Kings North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I may digress for a moment, one of the great surprises for me being in this legislature is the Law Amendments Committee, and it's my understanding that we're the only legislature in the country that has anything like law amendments where every single Nova Scotian who wishes to have input into a bill can have their 10 minutes of time and let us as legislators know what they think. And it makes me very proud to be a Nova Scotian and to be in this House to know that we have that. Our population has that opportunity. And as it stands, many Nova Scotians don't even realize that that opportunity is there. But any bill that comes before this House goes to law amendments. And anyone that they are particularly, anyone who has a particular concern about a bill has that opportunity to speak. And that was I wasn't aware of that, and even when I was running to be an MLA, and it was a very pleasant surprise about serving in this legislature. I want to finish up by saying that, in my opinion, as I was saying, when we look at where we're headed, once this sort of current impasse is resolved, and it will certainly be resolved at some point, whether there is and presumably there will, unfortunately, will be a legal challenge that will go on. The main thing is I believe that we as a legislature and through the government management of the Department of Education and the teachers, we need to fix this issue for the sake of the students, for the sake of our students. And the issues that the teachers are bringing up are real. It impacts their ability to do their job. It's probably why, in my opinion, the vote has gone the way it is. I know that the teachers I talk to in Kings North tell me they understand that they are very well paid. They are just deeply frustrated at classroom conditions and the way they've gone. And in particular, the loss of the EAs. I just want to tell you one story, and then I'm going to hand it over to, I'm going to take my seat. But this is a true story I just heard the other day. It wasn't, and I apologize if it's a bit graphic, but this was a teacher, and I don't want to identify whether it's a male or female teacher. You'll understand why. Teaching a grade 7, really a core curriculum course. I don't want to identify the course. And in this class, there is a number of IPPs and adaptations. And there's one girl, 13-year-old girl in this class who's at a grade 1 level. She's nonviolent. So she doesn't qualify for an EA. So there's no EA in this class because this girl is nonviolent. But she really needs an EA. And this teacher tells me, John, this student will come in, this girl, all covered in blood, and I just have to go deal with that. And I said, blood? Why blood? And again, I apologize, this is graphic, but she says, this student does not realize when her period is going to happen, and it happens, and she doesn't really remember from one month to the next. She doesn't know the days of the week or the time of the day. And I just have to drop everything and deal with that and help her out. And I'm trying to keep track of that. I'm trying to track the time of the month for her. And it was very evident that this teacher cared very deeply about this student, and very evident from the description I received that the other students in the class were simply superb about the whole situation too, and helping out. But this is the kind of stuff that, and I was saying when I began, that I believe that one of the things about this is a human resource issue, that this teacher said, John, I just need an EA. And I said, but how many classes can we say that about in the province? How many more people just need an EA? How many more teachers just need an EA? And Anyway, I tell that story just to point out that these are real issues. These teachers are dealing with tough circumstances. I didn't even get into biting. I didn't get into self-harm, violence against teachers. There's so much material here. This is real. Whatever happens in the next week, in the next year, whenever this court case is done, whoever is the next government, we got to fix this problem. We got to find a way to fix it, and we need to do it not because the union wants something done or because the government's going to gain brownie points, because our students need us to. Thank you very much.
The honourable member for Dartmouth East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'm pleased to speak today on this bill. It's obviously generated considerable interest, as I guess the motion later will clearly demonstrate. As I understand, there are quite a few people signed up and wish to speak to the Committee on Law Amendments and are looking forward to speaking to the members of that particular committee, but I guess we'll debate that a bit later. You know, this is, I haven't been here that long. I guess I've been here about 8 years, and I can't remember a time when I was getting real-time messages from people watching the live feed of Ledge TV from across the province and commenting on the things that are said in question period or the things that are said during the debate. And I think maybe we should start by saying thank you to the government and Premier, because as one of the teachers who was here last night, Tim Hallman, said to me, he said, "Experience is the greatest educator in life." And over the past few months, and especially the past few days, many Nova Scotians who had no idea how the legislature operated, or frankly even cared that we were here most of the time, have learned a lot about what we do, how it works or doesn't work, and how they have their voice heard. And I guess if we see something positive come from, or we try to look for positive things coming out of different events, that's a positive. People are paying more attention to what's going on here. As well as somebody just sent me a note and said, you know, they didn't want people to start learning about what was going on in the education system in this way, that teachers have been trying to fix this for a long time, silently and working behind the scenes. They can't do it anymore. And so that's why we're here. I think a good theme for this debate might be a quote that I actually read as I was going through some old documents today that said, "Education isn't a line item in a budget, it's our future." And Mr. Speaker, I just want to repeat that for everybody to make sure that they got that. Education isn't a line item in a budget, it's our future. That was the slogan for the Liberal education platform in the 2013 election. And yet now, every press release and every comment that has come out from the Premier on this issue has talked about the need to balance the budget. But that is the specific opposite to what he promised and what the slogan was, which was that it wouldn't be a line item in a budget, it would be treated as something outside of that. And you know, that's something that I ran on at the time, that I stood up for, and that I'm still standing up for. And that's why, one of the many reasons why I think this debate is so important. You know, people are learning through this process the difference between free votes and whipped votes, and with the Premier's comments the other day that there'll be a free vote on this, people are contacting their MLAs, or some MLAs, I guess, probably not all, asking how they'll vote. And I want to be clear. Everybody is entitled to vote the way that they believe. And if you vote differently than I do, that's democracy. And that doesn't mean that you're wrong. But I do believe that you owe it to your constituents to explain why you choose to vote a given way on a bill, on either vote, yes or no, and to answer those questions and defend it. And it has to go beyond because the party told me. Because at the end of the day, we are all elected as individuals. The Constitution makes it quite clear that we are not elected as members of a party. We are all elected as individuals first. And that's the way it is, which means that when a constituent asks, the answer is not to start ignoring your Facebook messages or the email in your office. You have to respond at a certain point, and in an hour or 2 hours or whenever, we will have a first vote on that, and people will really want to know it at that point. You know, if you really believe in this bill, then you need to be prepared to defend that to your constituents and explain why. I want to spend the bulk of my time today talking about what this bill is supposed to do, what it doesn't do, and the problems in the education system. But one of the things I want to say at the outset, because this debate, especially once the Inclusion Committee was mentioned, started igniting fears and passions, especially among parents of people who have physically challenged students, intellectually challenged students, and so forth. And I think we need to be very clear that a discussion on inclusion must not dehumanize students or anybody with any kind of disability. And some of the discussion over this issue over the past few weeks has bordered on talk returning to the 1900s. And I don't think that's intentional. I don't think anybody has made comments on either side of the House in any intentional way to do that, but it's come across that way. Every student deserves the opportunity to learn, to be supported, and thrive in a safe and caring environment. And every teacher deserves the opportunity to teach and be supported in a safe and caring environment. And it's up to us as elected representatives to ensure that happens. Now, I've heard it said a few times that we need committees to figure out what's wrong. And I guess that's one of the fundamental disagreements we're here to debate today. I don't think we need any more committees. We've had a lot of them. Just in my time in the legislature, we have had a lot of committees on education. In fact, the current Minister of Education, when she was Minister of Education under a previous government, had a committee on special education to deal with inclusion issues that is still there and is still technically on the Department of Education's website. What's happening with that committee? Why do we need another committee looking at the same sorts of issues? There also appear to be many solutions to the problems we're currently facing which don't seem to have been put on the table by either side. And I think we need to discuss some of those. And so I want to share with you today some of the stories of the many parents and teachers and students who have reached out to me. And I want to say most of the people that have reached out to me are parents. The second is students, and then teachers. I've heard some people say they've only heard from teachers. Well, you know, I've heard from more parents than anything else. And I'm not going to sit here and tell you everybody's against this bill. That's ridiculous. We all know that there are people that support the bill. There are people in this House that support the bill. That's true. Nobody can claim to have a monopoly on the feelings of Nova Scotians. But I do believe that the majority of Nova Scotians are concerned about this bill, and that even many of the people I've spoken to who thought they supported the bill, when they found out what it didn't do, had significant misgivings, because it wasn't going to solve the problems they were concerned about, and I'm going to talk a bit about that. I believe that voting for this bill is akin to saying that the real issues in classrooms, from violence to outcomes, to addressing supports for students who need assistance, don't matter. Because this bill puts addressing all of those issues off to some future point. I believe that this bill is a choice, saying that putting off problems for committees and the future is okay, but I don't think it is. And I want to start by taking us back briefly to December, when the government originally was calling back the legislature and locked students out, saying that the safety of students was at risk. Now, that was a bit strange, because the examples they gave concerned students showing up, or teachers rather, showing up only 20 minutes before class, and yet that's what the contract allows. And I wondered at the time whether anybody bothered to look at whether the province would even be covered for an accident outside the contracted teacher hours. So sure, they might be supervising, but are they even covered? And I understand that there were letters released from superintendents, and I recognize that. But the example I would give is at that point, there was no indication that any teacher in this province or any principal would do anything that was going to put students at risk. And yet today, at Ian Forsyth Elementary School, it's an issue I've raised previously in this House. The fire doors were blocked by snow when the students arrived. The accessible stairs that were put in for a student whose case that I raised in the legislature in the last session were blocked with snow. There is a stairway and ramp that's supposed to go into a classroom that is inaccessible because of snow. And all the way along the outside of the school where the doors to the classrooms are, the only fire exit, the only alternate exit, every single one of those doors was blocked. And I'll table the photos of that. And what I want to know is how it is possible that December 5th was a potential safety issue for students when blocking the fire exits and blocking the accessible ramps and stairways at an elementary school is not a safety issue. It's a double standard. And all it means is that that was a safety issue for political expediency. You know, as I talk about the school system and what the options were, I want to briefly talk about my own experience in the education system. Mine was not typical because I did not fit the mold, which I'm sure will surprise nobody here. See, I got that in first before I got a heckle because I knew it was going to come. In elementary, I was chosen last for sports. I was bad at every sport, including dodgeball. I felt left out all the time, and I don't know why. I had friends, but I still always felt unaccepted. In fact, I was terrible at sports, and I still am. You don't want me on your hockey team. I'm going to tell you that right now. What about police? You know, I'd be, yeah. I don't even think I could make the Maple Leafs. But I found things to do. I was in school plays, and I came to, and I'm going to tell you how I came to know the school community. I was in grade 5, and I had the lead in, or one of the leads in a school play at Christmas time, and my father died. And the thing was, my father was very involved in the school. I was 10 years old, and my father used to grow the plants for the spring fair. And he made this stand that we still have in my mother's basement and a whole bit to sell these plants. And he was involved. And years later, they would come to name a section of the library at Bel Air Elementary after him because of his contributions. Everybody came out. I went a couple weeks after he had died and still did the school play. The teachers were there, the friends were there, and it was how I came to really understand that despite sometimes feeling left out, there was this community. And so even though I was terrible at sports and all those things, it didn't really matter. Now, at the time, the Dartmouth school system had a program called full-time enrichment, which was basically if you did well on these logic tests, you'd get put in this program, or you could get in this program. And from grade 6 to 9, I was in this program. And there were a lot of people like me. Some of us didn't fit in as well, some did. And in a way, I guess we were our own group IPP. And it had pros and cons, and to this day, it had pros and cons. But it was a way that the way that the school system had found to allow people to excel in their own way and at the things that they were able to accomplish. And it was through the teachers that I met in those programs that I found the sports that I could do, even though I was still not great. I joined cross country, which I could do, I just always came last. And I became a competitive kayaker, and those sorts of things I found because of them. And I experienced school debating and found that, and that's where I found the interest in science, and went on to Prince Andrew High School, where I was fortunate to have many great teachers. And this would surprise probably many of the people who I now hang out with who were friends in Prince Andrew. But it wasn't until I became an adult that I realized that some of those people felt they were my friends. Some of the people that I hang around with now from high school, I had no idea even liked me at the time. Maybe they didn't. But it was, you know, high school for a lot of people is a turning point, and we only need to look at the connections that people have to their teachers. You know, we often think about teachers as women, and I think because the majority of teachers are women, as far as I know. But of course, in my case, and I said I didn't quite fit the mold, because my father had died in grade 5, it was the male teachers that pretty much became role models. And so some of those people, you know, I've seen over the years, like Rhys Matthews and Cliff Coveyduck and Robert Dawson, Cliff Hutchinson, and a bunch of others who, you know, made a difference. And the thing was that for many students, high school becomes a defining time, and that's where some of our greatest issues are, and greatest issues that we aren't addressing. You know, high school, grade 10 was the year that I ran away from home. Yet grade 11 was the year that I won the National Science Fair. You know, and then grade 12, I got scholarships because of these teachers that helped me go off to university. And there's similar stories all over the place to this sort of thing. And so I mention this because I think we are underestimating sometimes the role of teachers when it comes to the difference in any kid. So I was the nerdy, geeky kid from the single-parent household who didn't feel they fit in. I wasn't rich, I wasn't poor, I didn't fit in any mold. But the teachers made a huge difference. And teachers, in oftentimes, spend more time with students than they do with parents. And we expect a lot from them. And increasingly, we're asking them to take on tasks that distract them from teaching. And so today we learn that we are facing on Friday the first strike in this province by teachers in the entire 122 years of the Nova Scotia Teachers Union. And it was said before me that this problem didn't happen overnight. Nobody can sit here and blame this government and say all these problems are their fault. Listen, this has come a long way. But this is the chance to fix it. This is the opportunity to say, we're prepared to actually fix this and start putting in place the supports and things that we know are needed today. Not setting up another committee. We've already had the committees. We have dozens and dozens of letters and reports from teachers who are fundamentally all pretty much from across the province saying the same things about what are needed as the immediate steps. Where they differ is on some of the longer term stuff, but there are immediate steps that are required. So I sit here and I ask, what's this legislation intended to solve? Classroom conditions? No, because it just sets up committees. And I might add that one of the major committees in this was promised last December. So it wasn't a new committee in this last contract offer. So maybe it's set up to solve wages and service awards. Yeah, it does address that, but it strikes me that in the many thousands of emails from parents, teachers, and students, that isn't what this fight has been about. Has it been a priority for a few? It probably has. There are 9,300 teachers, as far as I know. So I'm sure it was the #1 priority for a handful. But that is so rare. In fact, a lady from the Annapolis Valley Regional School Board, and it's interesting because a lot of the letters I've received are actually from the Annapolis Valley Regional School Board. And she closed the letter to me, her name is Amanda Hernandez, and I'm going to quote from it later too, said, "Have you noticed that the things I'm asking for are strictly student-based? Did I mention at any point a raise or other money from my pocket? No, because that's not what I'm fighting for. The future of this province means more to me than that. And I have tons of letters here saying the exact same thing. Now, the Premier wrote a letter to the Speaker, which I can also table, I'm sure everybody's seen it by this point, in which he said, asking for the legislature to be resumed. And in it he said, the withdrawal of services in our school system has caused harm to the learning outcomes, their university and college eligibility, as well as their athletic aspirations. This is not acceptable and can no longer continue. Our students deserve better. So that was his reason for recalling the legislature. But here's the problem. The legislation doesn't solve any of the issues that he has actually recalled the legislature to solve. In fact, in the briefing the Minister of Education gave, I think it was 2 days ago now with the sessions, it's getting a bit tricky to determine, but when she did that briefing, she acknowledged that, in fact, there was no way to force teachers to take on the duties of extracurricular work, helping people at lunchtime, coaching teams, writing reference letters, any of those things. In fact, unlike what we've heard from the Premier and the Minister that they want to get teachers back in the classroom, they have been in the classroom, and in fact, they have been using all of their time to teach, rather than just some of their time to teach. And so from that perspective, from an academic point of view, students have actually had more teaching time, not less, which in some way is part of what we're all fighting for here, is to have more focus on teaching. And I think the minister, to some extent, acknowledged a little bit of that when she said that, yeah, maybe there is a problem with TINET and all these other programs. And I don't pretend to fully understand the issues of using TINET or some of those, but I understand they're an issue. I understand that they're taking time. I understand that I have friends across this province who are teachers who are entering grades and not just grades, but data that serves very little purpose at 11 and 12 o'clock at night on a regular basis, because that just happens to be when they finished everything else from the day. I have friends who, when work to rule stopped for a short period of time, and I can tell you, this was a term teacher who didn't even know if she had a job the next day. When she heard work to rule was going back Monday, stayed up through Sunday to make sure all of the marks were entered into the computer system. That's the kind of dedication that exists. Now, if we think that that stuff is going to come back, you know, we talk about this return to normal, I think we better start thinking differently, because, you know, today I heard about a school where the entire school of teachers has said that they are not going to be doing anything but a work to rule. If it's not in the Contractor Education Act, forget it. Another teacher, Aaron Peck, posted publicly, and I'm going to read you what he wrote, Mr. Speaker, because I think it's important and it reflects quite a few letters I've received from teachers in every single part of this province. Here is the new reality, he names the Premier, which we can't name here, has created for Nova Scotia schools. I will do my job and not announce more. I will not volunteer my time. I will not do any extras at my job. I will not contribute my intellectual property to enhance or further my profession. This means I will attend mandatory meetings and professional development, but I will sit quietly and do nothing. I will not supervise clubs or sports. I will not attend graduations, proms, or any other extracurricular event. I will only work the required hours of my job. I will hang up the phone, stop what I'm doing, and walk out the door when my shift is over. I will not buy school supplies or other materials to support my classroom. That is my employer's responsibility. I will no longer find workarounds or use my personal data when things like Wi-Fi don't work. I will simply put in a tech request and teach. I will understand the contract to the letter and do absolutely nothing more than what it says. This is the result of infringing on my constitutional right to fair and collective bargaining as a member of a union. Now, I received his, and it was the first one I had received, and I said, wow, that's quite a statement. So then today I hear, somebody say their entire school agreed today that they're going to be doing the exact same thing. And then I start getting letters from other teachers, as some of the other opposition members have as well, saying, no, this is going to be a permanent protest. So what does that do? Did work to rule cause problems and issues sometimes? Sure. Let's all acknowledge that any kind of job action causes some sort of hardship. I mean, that's the point of a job action. But is it better to have a union or some other body say, this is the work to rule guidelines that everybody is going to follow? Or is it better to have a scenario where 9,300 teachers decide for themselves what they are and are not going to do, and that in every single classroom you have a different experience? I actually think the former was probably better for students. And if we are truly here for students, why don't we do the right thing for students and say, and recognize that we actually can't solve the work to rule complaints, because other than a couple of things, I'm just going to take a break because there's somebody who would like to make an introduction.
Thank you. The Honourable Minister of Service, Nova Scotia and Municipal Affairs.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the member for this. It is my great pleasure today to introduce in the West Gallery today, Mr. Speaker, my wonderful and beautiful wife, Katie Churchill, and for the first time to introduce our new 3-week-old daughter, Cecilia Louise. Mr. Speaker, I just want to say this has been an incredible experience to become a father, and it has given me a renewed purpose in this chamber and in life in general, and I know that the love of my family will carry me through many obstacles that undoubtedly I'll be facing in life. So I do want the House to give my family a warm welcome, please.
The Honourable Member for Dartmouth East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and certainly I offer my congratulations to the Minister and his family as well. It's nothing like having a baby in the chamber to change the entire mood all of a sudden, right, of everybody. I was talking about what this potentially does, and is it better for students with the legislation or without? Because let's accept that everybody's here for the students. Let's accept the government thing is we have to do this for students. Except in the Premier's letter that I tabled, it said our students deserve better. Okay, so does this make it better? I don't think it does. You now have 9,300 different versions of work to rule in the province. Is that better than having consistency and knowing what's going on? I don't see how that's possibly better. There were options, but they haven't been taken. I think that there are options the government could have taken to start recognizing some of the challenges and done some things which may not have cost money. And let me give you an example. A good friend of mine who is in a group, we go down and do a Navy SEAL obstacle race down in the United States. And he coaches hockey and so forth, and he's worked with Sidney Crosby and Nathan McKinnon and all these guys. And in fact, he gave my own son one of Sidney's hockey sticks the other day. And he was really upset. He was one of those people who was really upset because he was like, the kids aren't getting to do the sport stuff. And I said, okay, well, why aren't they? And somebody else had said, well, why don't the parents volunteer? And he said, they are volunteering. He said, but a teacher has to be there because it's a school team. Now, I don't know when this rule started. I can guarantee you teachers did not create it. My understanding is that it is some sort of strange insurance rule. But apparently, if you have a sports team, and I assume it'd be the same if you had a debating club or a chess club or really any extra, a theater group, that you have to have a teacher supervisor present. So in some cases, that teacher happens to also be the coach or the instructor and leads it, so they might be the hockey coach. In other cases I found, the teacher brings their books along, sits in the rink, 6 in the morning or on the weekend or in the evenings, because a teacher needs to be there because it's a school team. Now ask yourself, is that really a good use of a teacher's time, keeping in mind that this is something that they're sort of voluntold or pressured to do, because without some teacher going, the kids aren't going to have their team. And you can understand the pressure that might cause. Wouldn't it be better to solve that problem around insurance? You know, the Premier talked about athletic accomplishments and the athletic aspirations were the words he used. Would it not be better to solve that problem as a gesture of goodwill to teachers and say, you know what? We know some of you are still going to want to be involved in these things, but you know, those weeks where you're sitting there and you have all this stuff to do, you have all this marking to do, we're taking that pressure off. The parent and volunteer coaches can go coach, you don't need to be there, they can still be associated with the school. Why can't we solve that issue? That issue shouldn't cost a single dime to solve, but would help with the workload. And that's just one small thing. But there are lots of things like that that are taking the time of teachers and putting pressure on them that doesn't need to be there. In the bill that we have before us, one of the things the minister has done is taken away the 2 days that were offered and nobody knew what they were. Okay, I agree with the Premier. It didn't seem like anybody wanted them. Somehow there was a miscommunication, misinterpretation. I don't know how they got there, but they got there, they didn't want them, they're gone. But they just took them away. They were willing to spend that money, and now the government is not willing to spend that money. There was a teacher who made an observation, and let's assume their math is correct for now, that the amount of money that those 2 days would have cost would have hired 122 EPAs. So let's say they were wrong because they miscalculated the benefits. Let's say it's 100 EPAs, right? So we'll round way down. What is one of the biggest issues we are hearing from teachers in this province and parents? The lack of EPAs. And why does that matter? Well, we rightfully try to include as many people in classrooms, and I think that creates a very rich learning environment for students. But there are some people who require support to be there. That's just, it's the way it is. They should be there, but they require the supports. So you have to ask yourself how somebody can be put on a high needs IPP without having an EPA funded for that. You know, I have appeared at appeals for people at the Halifax Regional School Board to get them on IPPs. And I had actually always assumed, until a couple of years ago, that once you got on there, if you actually had a need for, if this was something that actually should have an EPA there, that would come with it once it was approved. In fact, I thought that was why the board was so reluctant in approving them at the time, was because they didn't want to have to then argue to get the funding for those positions. But it turns out that isn't the case at all. I mean, outside of the fact that EPAs are dreadfully paid, the reality is that it is almost impossible in some classrooms for a teacher to deliver the program that they are being asked to deliver without the proper supports in that classroom. There are numerous stories of classrooms. In fact, there was one I got today where they had 9 IPPs and 14 adaptations in one class. So that's 25 students right there. I don't know how many students were in the class, but let's say it was 30. because somebody in that class has to not be on an IPP or an adaptation. So let's say it's 30. That means 25 students in that class are not, 23, sorry. I was thinking in my head, I'm like, that number's wrong. That number's wrong. It's 23. So so you do 23 students. That means that there are at least 24 lesson plans. Think about that. Can you imagine teaching 24 lesson plans? Split grades are hard enough. And in some places, you know, I'm sure that in some of the more remote areas, we probably have 3 grades that are split, let alone 2. But I mean, just think about that for a second. Can you imagine having to create that many lesson plans and then not having sufficient EPAs? I mean, it's just crazy. On top of that, you know, there's been I don't want to dwell too long on the no-fail policy, but I do want to point out something. The minister yesterday, or this morning, I guess really, in question period, insisted that the no-fail policy has never existed. Almost as soon as she said that, or in question period, emails over here started going off as teachers sent us the no-fail policy from her own website. Now, I looked at it, and it relates to, again, into IPPs and adaptations. And so I think what appears to be happening, and I have to look into it further, because granted, this was less than 24 hours ago. What appears to be happening is we're playing at semantics. You got a class that, say, for the sake of argument, has 30 students. There are 23 students on adaptations and IPPs, which means there are 23 students at least who fall under the no-fail policy. That's pretty much a no-fail policy. I mean, and if that understanding is correct, then is the minister correct that there isn't actually a no-fail policy? Well, I guess technically she's correct. But the reality of the situation is not that. The reality of the situation is that there is in fact a no-fail policy that applies to a heck of a lot of students, if not all students, because you can then imagine why would you, as a teacher, want to fail your students who are not on IPPs or adaptations while moving on the other ones? I mean, you're just going to create a whole bunch of other issues. I spoke last night about, in both question periods, about another issue in the classroom that I think could be solved today. And I don't know if it'll take some money, but on this one I don't care. And that's violence. And if anybody is willing to stand up and argue that if it takes money to end violence in classrooms, that they're not willing to support it, I can't wait to have that debate. In 50 seconds or 45 seconds or whatever we get in question period, it's hard to go through all the examples. So I'd like to read a few of them. At 17 weeks pregnant, I was assaulted by a student. I was thrown into a locker. He then took a binder and continually hit me in the stomach. The student was always supposed to have 2 people with him. When I worked at a junior high at a learning center, I had a microwave thrown at my head. The student literally ripped the microwave out of the wall and threw the microwave. The student then turned, attempted to grab the live wires, and with the 2 of us in the room, we had to evacuate the rest of the students. The answer to that was not something through the code of conduct. It was, you knew what you were getting into when you took this job. I don't know why that's okay. I don't know why we're not saying that, you know, again, even as a gesture of goodwill, we're going to make it a priority to address that. Why is that okay for the other students in the class? And don't for a second think that this is students with disabilities, because it's not. And there are violent incidents from students regardless of whether they have a disability. There are students who are not on any kind of adaptation or IPP at all who can be just as violent towards students because that's just what they are and they know they can get away with it. And there's a few problems. One, it labels all students with that as saying they're all bad students. You know, we've seen those movies about the teacher that goes, in fact, Waging Peace is a documentary that is done about a junior high school in my riding, Caledonia Junior High, that Edie Guy Francis came in and turned around because that was the situation there. But why isn't that a part? Why was that school? Why did we go in and fix that school? And now that school is a well-performing school. And yet we're not willing to address this when other teachers come forward. This other teacher writes, over the years I have had chairs thrown at me, buckshot thrown in my face, I've been sworn at, called names, verbally abused by parents, and I've had kids throw temper tantrums, a kid bring a knife to school and come to class high. You know, a knife is bad enough. Today at Citadel High School, there was a kid with a gun. And we get we get reports of kids with a gun. We never know if that's true. They arrested the kid, 17 years old, arrested him in Dartmouth on Parker Street. And he had a handgun. This is what we're dealing with in schools, and and yet a committee is the solution. Unfortunately, a committee is not the solution. There are a lot of these stories coming from parents and teachers, and I've read you a number of them from teachers and a couple from parents, and I want to read something from a student. I'm not going to read it all because it'll take my entire time, but I think she's still in the building somewhere. But you know, you've all heard Kenzie Donnelly talk, and in fact, she starts her note saying, I know you're probably all sick and tired of hearing from me by now, but I guess if that's the case, I'm doing my job. I am a 17-year-old grade 12 student at Prince Andrew High School, and I started Students for Teachers. And she goes on to talk about the conditions that they're being faced. And she says, the conditions we are being faced with in our classrooms far outweigh those of work to rule. We are not getting the best education possible when we are stuck with large classes. We need to have access to one-on-one time with teachers during class time, which we are not getting enough of because of the data collection and the number of students in the class. And let me tell you about the number of students in a class. When the new semester started up at Citadel High, there were math classes there with 49 students. That was more students in a almost brand new school, brand new to me, than there were desks. At what point did it become acceptable in this province to have classrooms where people have to do a version of the cakewalk to get a seat in the classroom? In what version of Nova Scotia did it become acceptable for kids to have to sit on the floor in a classroom because there weren't enough places for them to sit? And it's not the only school I've heard. I thought, you know, I heard that and I went, oh yeah, that's a one-off story. That doesn't happen very often. I've now been shown examples of that in high schools in particular, across this province. Why on earth is that okay in Nova Scotia? You know, and that doesn't even get to the resources. You know, I could talk for the next 2 days about stuff in the textbooks. I've had people send me scans of textbooks that are so, it's so sad you just want to laugh. Like, apparently Pluto is still a planet in some of the science textbooks. In grade 9 geography, none of it isn't a territory. We still have the Northwest Territories and Yukon. And now I'm sure that, don't get me wrong, I'm sure the teachers correct that when they get to that and they say, no, this is what it is. But think about, I don't know what year, I honestly don't know offhand what year Nunavut became a territory, but that was a long time ago. So, I mean, we got to be able to replace those things and fix them. Sure, ancient literature and ancient European history isn't going to change a lot. So that's okay. But, you know, when it comes to science or it comes to geography, I mean, geography doesn't change that much, although lately it seems to be changing with the week in some parts of Europe. But, you know, why are we giving people the wrong tools? I mean, what's going to happen when these people graduate and go to university, or they go to community college, or they go out into the workforce? I remember a couple of years ago, I met with actually it's funny, with the DSTN folks, and I say it's funny because now here we're talking about yet another owner there. And they said to me at the time when I was down touring, they were still making wind turbines or towers at the time, and they said to me the biggest problem they had was finding employees who were sufficiently literate to read the manuals, the technical manuals. The biggest problem that this employer was having was finding people sufficiently literate to understand the manuals and the safety programs to build the wind towers. Now, we all know that in the case of that, finding employees didn't end up becoming their biggest challenge. We all understand that at this point. But the fact that that was pointed out as an issue has got to point directly back to a failure in the education system. And I can't imagine a world where even the world's most amazing and best teacher could possibly ever teach kids in a class when they have 23 or 24 different lesson plans. They have children who deserve and have a right to and need EPAs and can't get them, when they do not have the support of their principals or the education minister to deal with violence, when they don't have the ability to deal with real, everyday, ongoing issues in the classroom, or when they have more students than they have desks. That is a classroom management exercise. That is not education. That is not teaching. And it's not right. It is not fair to the students, and if we are to believe that the reason we are here is because of the students and what is best for the students, this bill, frankly, does nothing to improve anything for students. We've had the committees. We've had the time and time again, we've not only had the committees, we've had the reports. The minister has been the Minister of Education under 2 different parties and has had committees and reports report to her, including the Freeman report earlier, which I know was not overly well received by many teachers. But what happened to the stuff they did like in that, and that the public did like in that? Why didn't we have a discussion about that? Instead, we're starting the whole process all over again. And in 2 years from now, we'll say, well, maybe we need another committee. That's not going to be good enough. The problems are there now. These stories about teachers and students experiencing violence in the classroom are happening this year. Not 10 years ago. They're happening this year. The stories about, Citadel High and other schools with more students than desks at periods, that's this year. That's within the past couple of weeks. The stories that we are hearing from parents and teachers and so forth who have more students requiring EPAs but can't get the funding for the EPAs are happening now. And yet, you know what? Hiring more EPAs is going to cost money. But has anybody ever figured out what the cost of not addressing these issues are? Mr. Speaker, I think this is a fight worth having. I truly believe that the foundation of the future of our economy, our healthcare system, our entrepreneurs, our inventors, our doctors, our lawyers, our welders, is all based on the fundamental of having a working education system, and it doesn't work. And the Premier believed that in 2013 when we were on the campaign trail. In fact, some of what I am saying right now are the very things that he was saying. You know, there's lots of people today have argued about things like constitutionality of the bill, or is it going to go into court, and is this fair treatment? And all those are legitimate issues. You know, and it's easy to spend on education weeks and weeks here discussing this. I'm fighting this because the education system isn't working, and I don't sincerely believe that it is working for teachers. I don't think it's working for parents, and I really don't think it's working for students. And I don't think that's because of work to rule. I think that's because there are issues that everybody seems okay with putting off for a year or 2 or 3. And I'm just not okay with that. I wasn't okay with it in 2013. I'm not okay with it now. I stood up here in opposition when the NDP were in government and said many of the same things. I can't believe that I'm still saying the same things again. You know, in another stage of this debate, I will get to talk about some of the other stories that people have sent me. I got hundreds of them here. And that's just in the past few days. I go back to the ones I've been getting since December, but that's just in the past few days stories people sending me. And I know other people are receiving them because I'm seeing your emails copied on them. I'm going to leave this sort of where I started to say that I do respect the fact that everybody in here has the right to their own view on what's the best way to go here. But I also firmly believe that if you're prepared to support this legislation, then you need to be able to write back to your constituents or call them back and explain to them why you believe in it. Don't ignore them. If you truly believe that you should be voting for this bill, then in your heart you should have no problem calling those constituents and explaining them why you believe what you believe and why you're voting the way you do. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much.
Just like to remind the honourable member for Dartmouth East not to use the term you. Speak directly to other members. Leave your comments through the chair. The honourable member for Sydney River Myra Lewisburg.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and I'm going to take a little time to speak on Bill number 75, an act respecting a teacher's professional agreement and classroom improvements. Mr. Speaker, there's not much left to say. We're getting close to the end of the debate, and there's many people in this room have expressed many of the concerns that we've all heard. But I think the one thing that we have to bear in mind is who this bill is going to have the most effect on. Who is it that will suffer from the consequences of this bill for many years to come? And Mr. Speaker, I believe that that's the students of the province of Nova Scotia. The young people who are in our classroom, who we hear time and time again are our very future. It is where we need to be. We need to invest in education so that we can have a strong province, so that we can have a province that will stay vital and will be able to provide for our seniors as they grow old. Every report that's economic-based on restarting our economy talks about the value investing in education. And now we're at a point which I think is very sorry in our history. Now, I should do a disclaimer too. I have a daughter that's a teacher, but she doesn't teach in any of the boards that are affected by this contract. She teaches in a First Nation contract. But you know, Mr. Speaker, I have grandchildren that are directly impacted by what's going on here. I think all of us that are here, everyone that's been selected and had the privilege to be elected by their peers, have to think, why is it that we're in this House of Assembly? How did we get here? Mr. Speaker, we all had to put our names forward on a ballot, and although we may be from different parties, people chose to send us here to represent their ideas. And now we come to a time where we truly do need to have a free vote in this House of Assembly. We have to think about, how did we get here? Well, I know that I was lucky enough to be selected by a majority of the people in my constituency. Why am I here? I'm here to represent their views, not my views. The views of the people that took the time to go out and elect us. They're the ones that we're accountable to and responsible to. And Mr. Speaker, when you have a piece of legislation that jams down people's throats, takes away the rights of individuals, that is something that we should not be able to support. Mr. Speaker, we have to remember what our role is. We are not here to fulfill the wants and the needs of any political party. Yes, we belong to a political party. I belong to a political party, have for a long time. Very proud of the fact that I belong to it. But at the end of the day, that's part of the mechanism that makes our democracy work. But it's not how I got here. It's not why I got here. And it certainly isn't the only thing that we need to take into account when we're voting on such a piece of legislation. Now, Mr. Speaker, like a lot of my colleagues, I'm sure, I visited most of the schools in my constituency. I would have got to them all, Mr. Speaker, but somebody decided they had to have the house back soon. There was an emergency, I heard. The only emergency was getting here before the snowstorm, but that's another story, and we won't go there. But, Mr. Speaker, when I was there, when I was in those staff rooms, I listened to the teachers. I listened to their concerns. And you know, Mr. Speaker, if you close your eyes, it could have been any one of those staff rooms, because all of the concerns were there about the kids that they were helping to learn. It's a little bit ironic. There's some people talked about money, about cost of living, but they talked about the challenges that they had or the things that they didn't have. They talked about attendance policies. They talked about discipline. They talked about inclusion. They talked about a no-fail policy. And then yesterday in this House, we heard the minister say that there is no such thing as a no-fail policy in the province of Nova Scotia. And I have to tell you, Mr. Speaker, that scared me. That scared me, that we would have 9,300 teachers who believed there was a no-fail policy, and the Department of Education of this province did not communicate that there was no such thing. There is something wrong with that. If anything, we should be scared about the fact that the information is not being shared, Mr. Speaker, with the people who we represent. Mr. Speaker, if indeed this bill is going to improve the outcomes of our children in school, let's talk about it. One of the things that we talk about that we send children for so they can learn how to do math and understand their alphabet and learn how to spell, all of those things that go with it. But there are other things that you learn when you're in a school environment. There are social skills that you learn. You learn that it's important to be responsible, which is what I hope people will be when they vote on this bill, responsible to the ones that brought them here. We learn in school to be sure that we know what it is like to work on a team, to work in a classroom situation where other children have challenges and they need help as well as you do. Those are the kind of social skills, Mr. Speaker, that we have to be sure are developed. And if there's a no attendance policy, and a person can miss 40% of their time and still expect to be graded, passed on, moved to the next level, you have to wonder what kind of a service you're doing to that child. Because when a child goes out in the real world and gets a job, they're actually expected to show up all the time, Mr. Speaker. If a child goes out and fails at a job that he's doing because he didn't show up, or she didn't show up, or they're not doing and living up to the expectations, they won't have a job. They will be failed. But we're saying in the system that's giving them the social skills and the needs that they have, we're saying in that system, it's okay. You don't have to pass in your assignments on time. You don't have to be here all the time. And oh my goodness, it doesn't matter if you live up to what the expectations of the course are. Mr. Speaker, that is a disservice to every child in the school system of the province of Nova Scotia. And then for the Premier to say, I want to get back to normal. I want to get back to normal. What is normal, Mr. Speaker? Because when I heard the Premier answering that last night, his normal was, well, we had 3 agreements and we met with 2 different executives and we came forward with an idea. Well, that's not normal. That didn't do anything to help the children or the people of this province. Mr. Speaker, when I talked to those teachers in the schools that I visited, in some of the schools, they were 2 and 3 weeks ahead of where they were this time last year because all they were doing was teaching and they weren't being distracted by all these other things that the Department of Education puts on them. Mr. Speaker, you know, for the Premier to say that children are not receiving an education is very disrespectful of the teachers that are doing their job. It is not fair to say they're not doing it. They were listening and doing what their job description required them to do, and children told us they were getting a better education. Mr. Speaker, the norm is never going to be what it was in the past, but a bill like this will never make it better for the children. Mr. Speaker, I have written down some thoughts and ideas because I wanted to be sure to get them across to the people that are here. For example, Mr. Speaker, there is a need for change, immediate change, not further committees and commissions to consider change. The education system in Nova Scotia has become one of accounting, not accountability. The teachers who are by definition should be teaching spend an unreasonable and unnecessary amount of time collecting and entering data, and that does not have a positive impact on student achievement. It is for the board and department. We're collecting information for them. Information that I would call Pampers, Mr. Speaker, because it's going to cover their backside. Mr. Speaker, we have become data-rich and information-poor, or what we refer to as DRIP. For example, continuous student improvement, CSI, and student success planning, SSP, initiatives have become exercises in data collection that must align with the board's business plan. A business plan, not an education plan, but a business plan. That doesn't make any sense to me. This artificial endeavor has low performance targets and results in classroom teachers devoting time to top-down directives, time that should be spent with students. Professional learning community, PLC meetings again consume an infinitely valuable resource time that the teachers could better spend preparing for lessons and assessing student work. The EECD has not produced any direct data that correlates with CSI or SSP to increase student achievement. So what all that means is there are a whole lot of programs in place that have a direct impact on the learning and building of our children, and yet the directives that come from on high are taking away resources from actually teaching. Now you have to wonder, Mr. Speaker, you have to wonder, why is it that teachers have to be involved in looking for a attendance policy? Why are teachers looking for a discipline policy? Why are they worried about this no-fail policy? Mr. Speaker, those aren't things that should be dealt with at the negotiating table. Those are directives that should come from the Department of Education. They should be passed down to the different boards across this province, and they should be implemented by the boards uniformly right across the board so everybody is dealing with the same situation. But for teachers to think that they have to sit down and negotiate you tells you that indeed the program is failing. Mr. Speaker, there are so many other things. There are so many other things. I got frustrated here last night, Mr. Speaker, when I talked and asked the Premier a couple of questions about things that he has said in the past, Mr. Speaker, and I'm prepared to table these. But in order, you know, the Premier in 2013, he said the real foundation of any collective bargaining is the fact that the employer and the employee have to be at the table, feeling equal, Mr. Speaker, feeling that they are both feeling respected, and feeling that they are both having their voices heard. Well, Mr. Speaker, the hundreds of emails that I've received, and I'm sure you've received, certainly don't reflect that statement by the Premier of this province. He went on to say, Mr. Speaker, in order for the agreement to have any kind of substance, both the employer and the employee have to feel valued at the end of the day when that agreement is finished. Well, Mr. Speaker, here we are today doing a piece of legislation that is being jammed through the House of Assembly, that is taking away the collective bargaining rights of individuals. Mr. Speaker, I come from the island of Cape Breton, where we had people like Bill Davis and J.B. McLaughlin and Carrie Gillis. Those people fought for the rights for people to have bargaining, collective bargaining unrestrained. And now we're here in the House of Assembly driving this through. And it's not just about the teachers anymore, Mr. Speaker. It is about the whole collective bargaining process and who's next. Mr. Speaker, the members of this House, all of us, will have to stand in our place. We will have to tell people how we vote. And when we go back home, Mr. Speaker, we're going to have to explain to the people that we represent why we voted that way. So let's go back to the beginning here. This is about our children. It is about the very foundation of making our province better than it is now. And what have we decided to do? We've decided that indeed we're going to force a piece of legislation. Well, I'll make it very, very clear, Mr. Speaker, this bill may go through this House, but it won't be going with a vote that I will be giving it. I will be voting against it. And I would ask each and every member of this House to think before you vote. Is this a true reflection of what the people of Nova Scotia want? Is it helpful for the people of Nova Scotia? Is it important to the people of Nova Scotia? Mr. Speaker, is it necessary for the people of Nova Scotia? And last but not least, Mr. Speaker, is it kind to the people of Nova Scotia? I would ask each and every one of you to think before you vote. Thank you.
The Honourable Government House Leader. If I'm to recognize the Honourable Government House Leader, it will be to close second reading of Bill number 75. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Prior to moving to close debate on second reading, earlier around 4 o'clock this evening, I announced that the Law Amendments Committee would be meeting this evening beginning at 7 p.m. until 10 p.m. As well, I indicated that I would be introducing a motion regarding how law amendments will proceed tomorrow. Mr. Speaker, Legislative Council Office has advised us, which I've shared with both opposition House leaders, that there is a significant number of Nova Scotians who have asked to appear before the Law Amendments Committee and to be able to have their input on Bill number 75. If we are to do the traditional means of law amendments, which is in the red room, we do not believe we'll be able to accommodate everyone who has made that request. In consultation with both House leaders, we have proposed that we would also be able to have law amendments in a subcommittee in the committee's office, which is a normal meeting place for us, so that we could have as many people as possible coming to appear before Law Amendments Committee to make their concerns known to the government and to all members of the legislature. This is something new, Mr. Speaker, but I think it's something that under the circumstances would certainly allow more Nova Scotians to be able to make that presentation. So, Mr. Speaker, with the unanimous consent of the House, I would make the following motion. Move that 1, there is hereby established a subcommittee of the Law Amendments Committee composed of 5 members of the House of Assembly named by the Government House Leader, 2 members named by the House Leader of the official opposition, and 2...
Order, please. The Honourable Leader of the official opposition.
Mr. Speaker, on a point of order, you called on the minister to move second reading. That is a motion. There's a motion on the floor. This is all very interesting, but it's got nothing to do with second reading of Bill 75, and it's not in order when there's already a motion on the floor to move second reading.
The Honourable Government House Leader, you were just reading the motion and
yes,
going
Mr.
to...
Speaker, it will require unanimous consent, so obviously this will be put to all members of the House. But the motion again is that move that number 1, there's hereby established a subcommittee of the Law Amendments Committee composed of 5 members of the House of Assembly named by the Government House Leader, 2 members named by the House Leader of the official opposition, and 2 members named by the House Leader of the New Democratic Party. Number 2, the chair of the subcommittee is the member of the subcommittee named as chair by the Government House Leader. And number 3, the sole responsibility and the sole power of the subcommittee is to hear and question witnesses respecting Bill 75, the Teachers' Professional Agreement and Classroom Improvement 2017 Act. Mr. Speaker, I would so move the motion and ask for unanimous consent on that motion.
The Honourable House Leader for the New Democratic Party.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There's been a move to move second reading of Bill 75. I don't understand how we can push that aside and not have a vote on Bill 75. So I would ask you to rule on that, please.
So the Honourable Government House Leader, I believe what we need is unanimous consent to suspend the second reading on Bill 75 to deal with your motion. Is that correct? No? No, the motion on the floor is second reading of Bill number 75. So if you want to table a motion to suspend second reading of Bill 75 in order to deal with your new motion, that would be the correct process. So to deal with your new motion, the House requires unanimous consent, and I've heard several no's. So that motion is defeated, is dead. It's on Okay. The motion we're going to deal with is to close debate on second reading of Bill number 75. Would all those in favor of the motion? Sorry. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of the Minister of Education and Early Childhood Education, it's my pleasure to rise to close debate on Bill number 75. Mr. Speaker, I think there's been a lot of discussion regarding this piece of legislation. It's certainly a difficult time for all members of the House, but clearly we have a situation where after 3 tentative agreements that were agreed to, not only agreed to, in fact, the third agreement, the union executive boasted of all the gains that were made. The President was on social media the day leading up to the vote arguing why this should be accepted by teachers, and yet it was rejected by an even greater majority of teachers, which we fully respect. Mr. Speaker, we have heard from parents, we have heard from teachers, we have heard from students who have clearly said that work to rule was having a negative impact on the classroom and on the school environment. Many of them have told us we need to put an end to this and have supported our calls for legislation. Mr. Speaker, we've also learned while we've been here that even members of the opposition have indicated that they've received more phone calls asking them to support our legislation than to actually vote against the legislation. You know, Mr. Speaker, you know, the member who said it will, I'm sure, be prepared to defend his comments. But, Mr. Speaker, the fact is that it's ironic when we hear the Leader of the Opposition saying how we should be making decisions here in this House about classroom changes. How ironic. When we have heard on so many other aspects the opposition saying how we need to do more consultation with the people affected, yet in this case they say, here in the legislature, we know what's right for classrooms and we should pass it here. In fact, Mr. Speaker, he's brought in 2 pieces of legislation that clearly don't even say what it is that he's looking to say. You know,
Order, please. The Honourable Government House Leader has the floor.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, with all due respect, I listened to the Leader of the Opposition when he spoke, and I think the least he could do is show a bit of respect when others are speaking here in this House. And, you know, and Mr. Speaker, I'd have to say, if I was a member for Pictou East, I'd be very quiet these days, because considering how he's been called out for his comments earlier today that he has made, well, you know, shame on that member for exactly what he has said.
Order, please. The Honourable Government House Leader to direct his comments through the chair, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, what we have allowed is a committee which for the first time in our province's history will bring classroom teachers to that committee to talk about the main issues affecting the classroom. Now, I understand many teachers have said we've seen too many committees, we've seen too many commissions. Obviously we've heard that, which is why we've put a date of April 30th. A firm date of April 30th for those changes to be put in place so that they will be in place for the next scholastic year beginning in September of this year. Mr. Speaker, we have heard from teachers in all of our ridings who have told us you need to be able to hear from current practicing classroom teachers. And they have made it clear that they don't feel that those voices are being heard at the school board level, at the Department of Education level, or, Mr. Speaker, they've been very clear, at their executive level with the NSTU. They feel that that has not taken place. And when we met with teachers and they said, why aren't you talking to us directly? I said to them, because we're not allowed to. Your unions made it clear that we are not to talk to members directly. Mr. Speaker, we have put in place with this bill an opportunity for classroom teachers. The breakdown has been provided by the Premier, 9 teachers from Nova Scotia who are in classrooms at the different levels of elementary, middle school and high school that will finally be at the table to talk about exactly the issues that we have heard from them. By having that date of April 30th, I have confidence that those changes will be put in place, and those will be real changes, and they'll be changes that teachers have supported. Mr. Speaker, we know the issue that the union has now indicated that there's going to be a strike on Friday, which means that kids will not be in school. Mr. Speaker, there is an opportunity with the consent of the opposition to move this legislation faster, which would prevent students from not being in the classroom on Friday. Mr. Speaker, we've seen that students have been out of the classroom twice this week, in some areas twice last week. The thought of being out of class again on Friday is not putting the best interests of students first. Mr. Speaker, there is an opportunity to change that. There is an opportunity to have this legislation passed before, to put an end to work the rule, Mr. Speaker, which is what parents, teachers, and students have been telling us. Mr. Speaker, I would hope that the opposition knows that if there is a strike on Friday and kids aren't in class, they bear responsibility for that. They have the opportunity, Mr. Speaker, to change that. And, Mr. Speaker, as a result, they will have to...
Order, please. Order. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, they will be the ones to respond to parents and teachers and students who want to be in class on Friday. There is an opportunity for that to take place. Mr. Speaker, with that, again, we look forward to the law amendments process. I will present my motion again, which I would hope the opposition will accept, to allow for more Nova Scotians to be able to present that law amendments tomorrow. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I would move to close debate of second reading on Bill number 75.
Motion is for second reading of Bill number 75. There's been a call for a recorded vote. We will ring the bells for 45 minutes. House now stands adjourned till 6:15. Recess. Order, please. We will now proceed with the recorded vote on Bill number 75. I would remind all members with the little bit of extra noise outside, please, to remain extra quiet until the vote is completed. And when it's your turn to say yay or nay, please state it loudly so the clerks can hear it. We'll now proceed with the recorded vote on Bill 75.
Mr. Churchill.
Aye.
Miss Bernard.
Yes.
Miss Reagan.
Yes.
Monsieur Sanson.
Oui.
Mr. McNeil. Absent. Miss Whalen.
Yes.
Mr. Glavine.
Yes.
Mr. Delory.
Yes.
Miss Casey. Absent. Mr. McClellan.
Yes.
Mr. Caldwell. Absent. Mr. Horn.
Yes.
Mr. Stroink.
Yes.
Miss Miller.
Yes.
Mr. Hines.
Yes.
Miss Metledge Diab.
Oui.
Mr. Ince.
Yes.
Mr. Kasoulis.
Yes.
Mr. Fury.
Yes.
Mr. Farrell.
Yes.
Miss Arab.
Yes.
Mr. McGuire.
Yes.
Mr. Porter.
Yes.
Mr. Jessam.
Yes.
Miss Lonis Croft.
Yes.
Miss Eiking.
Yes.
Mr. Irving.
Yes.
Mr. Goff.
Yes.
Miss Treen.
Yes.
Mr. Wilton.
Yes.
Mr. Rankin.
Yes.
Mr. McLeod.
No.
Mr. Dunn.
No.
Mr. Bailey.
No.
Monsieur d'Entremont.
No.
Mr. Dave Wilson.
No.
Mr. Beliveau.
No.
Miss Zan. Absent. Miss Peterson Rayfuse.
No.
Miss Roberts.
No.
Miss Mancini. Mr. Oral.
No.
Miss McFarland.
No.
Mr. Houston.
No.
Mr. McMaster. Absent. Mr. Gordon Wilson.
Yes.
Mr. Mombriquette.
Yes.
Mr. Younger.
No.
Mr. Harrison.
No.
Mr. Lohr.
No.
Those in favor of the motion, 30. Those against, 14.
Motion carried. Order that the bill be referred to the Committee on Law Amendments. We've now reached the moment of interruption, so we'll proceed with late debate. The topic as submitted by the Honourable Member for Pictou Centre. Therefore, be it resolved that decisions to build new schools must once again be made based on the needs of students, not on the needs of the Liberal Party. The Honourable Member for Pictou Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's a pleasure to stand in my place tonight to say a few words about something that this entire PC caucus certainly is disturbed about the way things have been happening with this government over the past 3.5 years. Mr. Speaker, Nova Scotians expect their tax dollars to go to good use. They expect that the decisions made by elected officials are the best, most appropriate ones to address issues of infrastructure and program delivery. People trust that their government will be fair and responsible with their hard-earned money, and that doesn't appear to be happening with this government, Mr. Speaker. Unfortunately, this government has shown clear disregard for that with their choices for school construction. They have broken the trust of Nova Scotians. The Auditor General, one of the most objective players in our democracy, noted the clear political motivation in the Liberals' choices for new school construction.
In fact, he said he was at a loss to understand why this government made decisions to build schools in the Premier's constituency and the Minister of Education's constituency. New schools that were low priority for the school boards were built in both the Ministers of Education's constituency and the Premier's. I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, the Auditor General wasn't the only one at a loss to understand these suspicious decisions. Parents and students in Spring Hill couldn't believe the decision. They couldn't believe that they had been overlooked again and again and again. For a new school, after being on the school board's priority list year after year after year, the Shenectady Central Regional School Board requested that 2 elementary schools in Spring Hill be replaced with a single new school for the past number of years. People in Spring Hill wonder why this government holds their children in so little regard. And Mr. Speaker, I can't blame them. I'm sure if any MLA in the legislature were to visit these schools, Mr. Speaker, they would see the holes, the leaks, and the disrepair in these schools. So it's very obvious from a very quick look that these 2 schools need to be replaced with a new facility. This Liberal decision is impossible to understand and even more difficult for this government to justify. In fact, Mr. Speaker, no one can justify this decision. In fact, Mr. Speaker, with all the spinning I've been hearing for the last couple hours, I don't even think a person could spin a good story to justify this particular decision. Parents and students on the Eastern Shore don't understand this government's decision to overlook their kids and build a school to replace J.L. Ilsley. After all, Eastern Shore District High was on the Halifax Regional School Board's priority list. J.L. Ilsley was not. It's not surprising that the board put Eastern Shore on the list. That school doesn't have safe drinking water. Imagine now, Mr. Speaker, a school in such disrepair and also not having proper drinking water, having to truck water in each and every day. Let that thought sink in, Mr. Speaker. In 2017, in Nova Scotia, we are sending young people to a building that has contaminated water. That is simply disgraceful. So the hard-working people are left to wonder what is different between them and the people who live in Halifax Atlantic. What reason could possibly be given to veto the stated desire of elected school board members and build a school that they did not endorse? What reason can be given to condemn their kids to an education in a school without safe drinking water? How can this government justify this shameful situation? Those people don't have an answer, Mr. Speaker. And there is no answer. There is no justification. Last night we heard geography might play a role in Liberal decision-making. Well, that's cold comfort, Mr. Speaker, to the people of the Eastern Shore and the people of Spring Hill. And what about the parents and students of Ecole Wedgeport? As my colleague from Argyle Barrington highlighted last night, that school has been on the top of the list for CSAP schools for many years. That school has holes in the wall and other problems. Anyone with any common sense, Mr. Speaker, would take a quick look at that school and realize that it is a priority and it should be replaced. what geographical reason can be used to deny students of Ecole Wedgeport a new school?
Number 1 on the CSAP's list.
Like the Auditor General, I am certainly at a loss. After all, the Minister of Education frequently states the school board is the end-all, be-all decision maker. But in the case of schools in her constituency, in the Premier's constituency, and in the constituency of the member of Halifax Atlantic, the Liberal cabinet vetoed, overruled, and ignored the decision of the respective school boards. In one case, a board member told media that the government's decision perplexed them. I understand their confusion. The Auditor General is baffled. But unfortunately, I think I understand the reasons for this cynical Liberal decision-making around school construction, Mr. Speaker. I began by stating a fundamental political truth. Governments are entrusted with the privilege of acting fairly and in a responsible manner. Government should make decisions based on the needs of people they represent, not the needs of the people they sit beside at the caucus table. Mr. Speaker, I am very sad to say that this government has failed that fundamental test. I am sad for the parents, students, and teachers of Ecole Wedgeport, Eastern Shore High School, and Spring Hill. And I am sad that the self-interested actions of this government are fueling disbelief among Nova Scotians. This government has squandered an opportunity to do the right thing and soiled their legacy. And that hurts every Nova Scotian. With those few words, Mr. Speaker, I'll take my place. Thank you.
The honourable member for Halifax Chebucto.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a great importance to have schools in our ridings, and the importance to speak and to talk about our schools and how important they are to the community. And I guess when we look at schools, there's a lot of things to be considered. There's the student need, student programming, conditions of schools, need of capital repairs, regional fairness, and submission from the board. And all these fundamental things are the basis of what a school or a new school is being built with. So let's go to regional fairness. So I guess I want to talk about a school that's being built in my riding, the March in St. Thomas. 13 years of promises from all political parties. Finally, it's being built. Finally, the school is down and they're being built up. And you know what the beauty thing is? It's a full community engagement, and it took 3 governments to do that. And let's talk about FFH McLeod. That was a board decision to put 2 schools into one. That school cost $5 million. So that's showing regional fairness. Now the leader of the opposition, he says that he's not getting any money for his schools in his riding. Well, there was $9 million to the junior senior Spring Hill that was completed in 2014, so that was an investment in his riding. Rivert Herbert, 2 schools into one with an investment of $12 million. That was 2016 completion. You know, and the funny thing is, well, maybe not the funny thing is, in 2009, Spring Hill had an A&A. And you know what? The board said no to that A&A. Oh, so I guess, you know, it's talking about regional fairness. So let's talk about Bridgetown. This started under the NDP. They led community consultation, and even initial design phases were started. There was 2 A&As going there for 2 different schools. There were 2 A&As that were going into that school. And, you know, when the 2 schools were looking, I said, you know, if you're going to do an A&A in each school.
The honourable member for Halifax Chebucto has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If you're going to do 2 A&As in each school, maybe it's cheaper to do one new school and amalgamate the 2 schools. And under the NDP, that's what happened. So thank you. So that's how we got the school in Bridgetown. So let's talk about something else here that is, which is really interesting that this government has done, which is a maintenance capital fund of $15 million. This capital fund is for school boards to apply for funding to fix their schools or help their schools. You know, and the Leader of the Opposition in his writing, and if he's brought so many concerns forward about the Spring Hill School, that he's never applied, that school board has never applied for that money. So there's money on the table for him to look at and to represent, so he should be able to do that. So with that, I guess the big hot topic in this room is JL Elsley. You know, there's 16 years on the list of being repairs. You know, the board asked for a renovation. So what TIR did was they had a look at the school and said, hey, how do we do this renovation? Well, you know what? There's 1,000 kids going to that school, or the school is built for 1,000 people, and you know what? There's only 600 people going to that school. Maybe to reinvest that whole school and build that school, then you know what? Maybe the thing is, the smart thing to do is, well, why are we going to renovate a school that's for 1,000 kids if only 600 are going to use it? So why don't you put that money into looking at new schools, so something that can be built specifically for that community, right? Because the big aspects of it are the windows were broken, asbestos, silica dust. I mean, we talk about water, you know, silica dust, that's air, breathing. You know, that can create health problems for these kids. You know, then we had loss of heat for 2 weeks. You know, that's another one, an example of why that school needed to come down. So that school was in desperate need of repair or new school. And the interesting thing is that this is about regional fairness. So the area of Atlantic, the riding of Atlantic, is having a new school based on regional fairness and based on the need of a new school and the condition of that school and an unsafe place for those kids. You know what? And I also find very ironic that in 2013, the Leader of the Opposition went to JL Elsley, put his name on the petition saying, we want a new school for JL. I will do what it will take to do this, to build this school. That was his name, was with 5,000 other people. It was JL. That was the Leader of the Opposition. Wow. You know, and the other interesting thing is, in 2013, Darrell Dexter went to JL with big fanfare to accept the petition and the promise of building a new school in the riding. So now we have the Conservatives, now we have
Order,
the NDP.
please. The Honourable Member for Halifax-Chebucto has the floor.
Thank you. You know, it's very ironic, Mr. Speaker. You have the Leader of the Opposition, past Leader of the NDP, both saying that JL needs a new school. So were those political promises just for the votes? Sounds like it. So how do we do this? So let's talk about that. Let's talk about the investments of schools in ridings for votes.
Order, please. The Honourable Member for Halifax-Chebucto has the floor.
And so with school consultations, we're getting the JL project together. And with that, JL was number 2 on the list. So I guess this is a thing that all parties have stood there on the grounds of JL Elsley and said, hey, we need a new school. And now you sit in the chamber saying, oh, it's all about the votes? I think that's what you guys were saying too. We're actually just committing to it because we're going to fix that school for that community. So then the final thing that I have to say is under our wonderful friend, John Hamm, and his chief of staff at the time, I'm not sure who that was, but the chief of staff at that time, who all knows all too well about creating promises for schools. Yeah. You know, it's interesting because John Hamm, looking for votes, promised 20 new schools just before an election, just so he could try to get some votes. I mean, this is the kind of stuff that you're saying to us, but you know what? You're leading by example, and your leader over there is great at doing that.
Order, please. I'd like to remind all members that the Honourable Member for Halifax-Chebucto has the floor, and I'd like to remind the Honourable Member for Halifax-Chebucto to direct his comments through the chair, not refer to other members directly. The Honourable Member for Halifax-Chebucto.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Just a few more minutes. We're almost there.
Mr. Speaker, I apologize. I just wanted to highlight the fact that the Leader of the Opposition, under Hamm, led that whole promises of schools, 20 schools. And he stood on the jail property and promised that school. So I guess, those are the things that we really have to discuss here today. So going back to the fundamental aspect, and now I have a little bit of time, so I want to talk about the wonderful opportunity that we're building in Lamarche and St. Thomas. And the Lamarche and St. Thomas development of the school is a wonderful school because that whole public consultation with the community was a great thing. We all reached together, we all worked together, and we built this school. In the school, the community had so much impact and input into that school, from the design, the colors, the gym, the glass, all that kind of stuff. And I look forward, under the member from Atlantica, that he will get to go through that experience to build a school that will help his community be better. And you know what? That's exciting. And those are the things that we do, because we committed to this project with the utmost responsibility that this is the right thing to do, because it is a desperate need for that community. That community is growing. That community has more kids being active. They need this facility. They need this new school. They need this because this is the hub for them. And this is about regional fairness. And you know what? That is why we're committing to this project. I guess, thank you, Mr. Speaker, for those short words and talking about the importance of regional fairness in building a new school. Because with taking that into consideration, regional fairness occurs everywhere, in everybody's riding. We've all had opportunity to have schools in the riding. So thank you very, very, very much.
The honourable member for Pictou East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it was very entertaining to watch the member from Halifax, Chiboucto, stand. So much pent-up energy to talk about fairness. When he sits on his hands all day, when this bill is before the House, he has nothing to say about teachers. Not one word. Not one word to say about teachers, and he wants to stand up and talk about fairness now. Isn't that interesting, Mr. Speaker? I wonder what he would say to the people of your fine constituency, who are also waiting for a high school built in 1965. They can't even drink the water. They're spending 50 grand a year to bring water in, but it's more fair for his buddy over there to get J.L. Ilsley for some reason, but not you, Mr. Speaker. I feel sorry for you. What we should do, if we want to have a fulsome discussion about fairness, we should talk about the process, because this member and his caucus think that they're the ones that can decide what's fair. They're the ones that can opine on where a school is determined, not the school board, not the people on the ground. They have nothing to say about it, nothing to say. So the people in the school board, the people in the community, the people in the school board.
Order, please. The honourable member for Pictou East has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The school boards determine the needs of the communities, not the MLAs, not the people that are in this chamber. They don't have the right to determine what's fair. Just because you're sitting at the cabinet table doesn't mean you determine what's fair. Talk about regional fairness. The member doesn't understand how the value of a school to every community. And for him to take a community out in isolation and say, well, they really need a school, it's only fair to do that, he's completely lost on him. He's in a complete little vacuum, which is the issue with this government, that he doesn't understand that there's communities all over this province that need schools done. All over the province. And for him to sit here in this chamber and say that he can determine what's fair is completely laughable. And I'm sure, Mr. Speaker, you would completely sympathize, given what's happened to your community, where they also deserve a school, just like all the other communities that want one. Imagine going to the people of Eastern Shore, and this member would walk over there with you, perhaps, hand in hand, and say, people, you don't need a school, but these guys over here do.
Order, please. The honourable member for Pictou East has the floor.
Here we have the speaker's people deserve to have their feelings expressed. just like the people in Cole Harbour who are sitting in Cole Harbour watching a school being built in Eastern Passage that most people don't want. They don't even want the school.
Order. The honourable member for Pictou East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The number of people from the constituency of Eastern Passage that have reached out to us saying how saddened they are about the politics of a new school there that which will completely decimate an existing school. The programming won't exist, and it's going to be a complete sad day. It's going to be a failure. So we can look at what this government does, and the member can stand there, he can talk for his 7 minutes. I can't believe he almost made it for 10 minutes, Mr. Speaker. Doesn't say anything in this House, but he wants to stand up and lecture us about fairness. He wants to talk to us about how he knows what's fair. And perhaps what he might want to do is look over his speaking notes, which somebody handed to him, and ask himself, if so many politicians have made these promises, I wonder why the school didn't get built. Could it be that the school board stepped in?
Order, please. The honourable member for Pictou East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We can sit in this chamber and we can talk about how we're broke and we have no money, but the people can see through that. They can see through a government that's broke and has no money for teachers and no money for evil, greedy teachers and no money for those nasty, dirty nurses and that dirty film industry and we have no money for that stuff. But you know what we do have money for? What we have money for is a school in the Premier's riding that nobody asked for except probably the Premier. We have money for a school in the Minister of Education's area that nobody asked for, the board didn't ask for, except the Minister might have wanted it. We have money to build a school in J.L. Ilsley, which no doubt the community needs. Lots of communities need schools. Lots of communities. Wedgwood is one. Maybe it's lost on the members what happened in River John. Yes. What happened in River John to that community? It's a little tough for the people of this province to fight so hard for their schools, to fight so hard for the thing that keeps their community together, and then turn around and watch this government build a school in Eastern Passage, build a school in JL, build a school in the but then say to the people in River John and in Wedgeport and in all the communities around this province, we have no money for you. It's just a little bit rich. And it's a little bit rich. It's a little bit rich when we have the minister will stand up and say, I can't speak to that because it's the board. And now we have the board is recommending schools, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what the board says. It's only what the cabinet wants. If anyone who wants to sit in this chamber and try and defend those schools and try and defend the advance a position that there's no politics under this government in the building of schools, nobody believes you. Nobody believes you. We know what's happening here. The people of the province know what's happening. And the member can stand up, and maybe he'll stand up again tomorrow, Mr. Speaker, and talk about the bills before the House and talk about some of the teachers in this thing. I'm sure he probably won't. But he had a lot to say on this subject. He had a lot to say on the subject of fairness tonight. And I just can't sit here and listen to that type of talk about fairness when we know what's happening in communities all across this province who are in desperate need of money to be invested in their schools, who are in desperate need of a new school construction. All very valiant needs, all very admirable causes. So when there's a scarcity of capital, you have to make good decisions based on objective information. And that objective information I would submit to this House comes from the board. The board is looking at their needs. And then when the boards are putting their priorities list forward to the government, to the various committees there, Treasury, wherever, they are supposed to aggregate those and fine-tune it down to the provincial needs. Why are they aggregating down from and picking schools that aren't on any list to begin with? Fairness is not part of that equation, Mr. Speaker. That's a subjective discussion. And we can just call it what it is because it's not right. My colleague has another word, but I won't use it, Mr. Speaker. So we will sit in this House for the next 2 days, 3 days, 4 days, I don't know what stunts might be pulled here, and we will talk about fair. And I've been speaking against a bill today because I don't think it's fair. I don't think it's fair to the children of this province, and I don't think it's fair to the teachers of this province, and I don't think it's fair to the families of this province. It's not fair to anyone. And when we're talking about the education system and the delivery of curriculum, we need to talk about the environment and the building. So tonight it's fitting that we're talking about school buildings, and it's fitting that on the day this government, every single one of these members, every single one of them stood in their place and said, yes, we support this legislative contract. Every single one of them, without hesitation, I may add. So on the same day that they did that, they want to stand up here and say, well, what we do is fair in the new school construction process. I would submit to you, Mr. Speaker, what every Nova Scotian would say. It's not. We know it's not. We're going to call it what it is. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Halifax Atlantic.
What a show. What a show. My favorite part when I listen to the member from Pictou East speak is he likes to scan the crowd to see who's up there. To see, I have 2 minutes. So you're going to sit here and listen. Because we are sick and tired of people like you telling us that our community is...
Order, please.
I'd like to remind the honourable member for Halifax Atlantic not to...
Order, please. Order, please.
I'm a joke? That's out of order.
Order, please.
That's out of order.
The honourable member for Halifax Atlantic will come to order.
First of all, Mr. Speaker, you called me a joke.
Order, please. The honourable member for Halifax Atlantic with 10 seconds.
So I would just like to say this. The member for Pictou East is that type of person. He's not driven by values. He has you all fooled. He's driven by power and votes.
Order, please. That concludes our time for late debate tonight. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I indicated earlier, based on discussions that was had with the opposition House leaders regarding law amendments, the fact that we are going to meet this evening from 7 to 10, I'm advised that that entire slot has been filled by Legislative Council, so they were able to contact people in time to appear tonight. There is still a significant number of people who've asked to present tomorrow. Therefore, we have proposed and have advised the opposition House leaders of a suggested method of having more people be able to make presentations to the elected officials here in the chamber by having a subcommittee meet in the committee's room while we're having the traditional law amendments in the red room. Mr. Speaker, in order for this to be agreed upon, it does require the unanimous consent of the House, so I will ask for that once I read the motion. And the motion is that
The Honourable House Leader for the official opposition.
Mr. Speaker, notices of motion pursuant to Rule 32.1 requires 2 days' notice other than prescribed in Rule 5C2. No notice of motion has been given in accordance with Rule 32.1. Also, notices of motion according to the routine proceedings of the day have passed for today.
According to Rule 33, which allows waiver of notice of motion under unanimous consent, it appears the government House Leader was seeking to utilize Rule 33, even before seeking consent and waiver to return to notices of motion. So let's address that. Just go back to that. The notice of motion, the unanimous consent to return to notice of motion was not given and will not be given, and as such, the motion to split LAC into two committees is out of order. Should the minister wish to table such a motion, he can use 32(1) in the next routine proceedings.
The minister is seeking unanimous consent to waive the 2 days' notice. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I will read the motion now. I move that, one, there is hereby established a subcommittee of the law amendments.
The Honourable Member for Dartmouth East.
You also need unanimous consent to revert in the order of business in order to move the notice of motion in the first place. Unanimous consent first has to be asked to revert business back to motions, and then, if that's given, he can move another motion asking and reading it, then asking for unanimous consent.
That is, in fact, one way to do it. Another way is to seek unanimous consent. So if the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will now get to the motion in question. Move that, one, thereby is hereby established a subcommittee of the Law Amendments Committee composed of 5 members of the House of Assembly named by the Government House Leader, 2 members named by the House Leader of the official opposition, and 2 members named by the House Leader of the New Democratic Party. Number 2, the chair of the subcommittee is the member of the subcommittee
Order,
named
please.
as...
The Honourable Member for Argyll-Barrington.
Again, Mr. Speaker, he should be asking consent whether he can consider the motion to begin with. I would think that that would be in order before he would even read his motion.
If there's some other way.
Take a recess.
What the Honourable Government House Leader is attempting to do is to inform the House as to what he's seeking the consent form for. The Honourable House Leader for the New Democratic Party.
Mr. Speaker, the Government House Leader tried to do that on a motion for second reading for Bill 75. To us, daily routine, there's an ability for Government House Leader or any member of the House to move motion to hopefully have something changed, a rule change or a committee change. So I would assume and I would think that you would actually have to have that consent prior to going back to reading a motion that would fall under daily routine.
So the reason it was dispensed with earlier, it was because there was a motion on the floor. So what the House Leader is trying to do now is inform the House as to what he's seeking the unanimous consent for. So if the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
With all due respect, Mr. Speaker, the Leader in the House of the NDP tried to put a motion earlier today, which you ruled out of order because it did not come with notice under notices of motion. This is the exact same situation, and I ask you to consider your earlier ruling and make a ruling consistent with that one.
So I'm going to let the Honourable Government House Leader finish reading the motion. Then I will seek unanimous consent to entertain a vote on the motion. Unanimous consent on the motion. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I will get to the motion again. Move that, number one, there is hereby established a subcommittee of the Law Amendments Committee composed of 5 members of the House of Assembly named by the Government House Leader, 2 members named by the House Leader of the official opposition, and 2 members named by the House Leader of the New Democratic Party. Number 2, the chair of the subcommittee is the member of the subcommittee named as chair by the Government House Leader. And number 3, the sole responsibility and the sole power of the subcommittee is to hear and question witnesses respecting Bill 75, the Teachers' Professional Agreement and Classroom Improvements 2017 Act. Mr. Speaker, I would ask you to seek the unanimous consent of the House to have this motion approved.
Is it agreed? I hear several noes. The motion is tabled. The Honourable Government House Leader. The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Can't table a motion that is out of order. You asked that he read it so you could consider whether it's in order. I submit to you, now that he's read it, it's still not in order, and you can't table a motion that's not in order. Same as happened to the NDP leader earlier today.
I accept your point of order. My error. It is not tabled. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Speaker. It's unfortunate all Nova Scotians who won't have the opportunity to present tomorrow because of the opposition, Mr. Speaker. They clearly were given the choice.
Order, please. Order, please. The Honourable Government House Leader.
As I said, Mr. Speaker, it's quite unfortunate that what would have been a new
order,
province.
Please. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Well, thank you again, Mr. Speaker. As I said, it is unfortunate that all those who were seeking to make presentations have been denied by the opposition. Mr. Speaker, that concludes the government's business for today. The House will meet again on Thursday, February 16th from the hours of 9:30 p.m. until 11:59 p.m. As indicated earlier, Law Amendments is going to be meeting from starting at 7 p.m. this evening in the Red Room, and will start again at 8:30 a.m. on Thursday, February 16th. Mr. Speaker, with that, I move that the House do now rise to meet again tomorrow night, Thursday, February 16th at 9:30 p.m.
Motion is for adjournment for the House to rise tomorrow, Thursday, February 16th at 9:30 p.m. to rise 11:59 p.m. And all those in favor of the motion, please say aye. Contrary-minded, nay. Motion is carried. The House now stands adjourned until tomorrow at 9:30.